Yanja. Watu kwanza
wazee kama kawaida. Sisi tunajilipua mizigo. Wao wanajilipua. Fight.
Hilo tu.
Ni asaba shemeji. Shemeji ile kama shemeji. Shemeji watu wavizia waganda hapa 100. Mshamaliza huko. Mmewala. Jitume.
Fight.
Okay.
I'm coming. I'm almost coming.
Oji. Akili nyingi.
Makinika. Oh, Dulla. Dulayo.
Fight.
Hilo tu, make sure goal. Hilo. Make sure Dulla jitume mwanangu. Customer ni customer. Twende.
Yamini tulivu.
Make sure Dulla just make sure. Make sure Dullayo. Customer ni customer. Make sure hilo tu.
Maelekezo.
Hilo tu.
Mtoto mdogo. Wazee.
Make sure mai wetu huyo. Mapema. Ametutaka. Uko live.
Shua maelekezo.
Thank you.
Tulivu.
Wazee. Hilo tu.
Tulivu tu.
Kama Dullayo.
Mikrofoni yako iko wapi?
Mwanzo na kushughulika wewe unampatia. Wazee. Come on, man. Finish my love.
Hawana irani mwaiteshi. Sio Yeah, umpire.
No.
Next one.
Make sure.
I'm just asking.
Oh, you're asking. I think it's us.
Wewe goli tu.
Sasa hapo inaxis.
Dona goli. Dona goli mwanangu. Oh, tunayo.
Shot. Enyewe. Ojiri no.
Just boy.
Ojiri no.
Come on, man. 0-2. Make sure. Come on, man.
Sawa. Tulivu. Bila kuchoka.
Make sure Dulla.
Tumekuja kwa tiaki na Kiobe bila kuchoka. Tumekuja kutetea Kiobe, unanyanyasika South Africa kweli? Bila kuchoka. Cheki mazingira.
Makinika.
Bila kuchoka.
Kama tulivyoongea. Kama kwenye kikao. Sahi. Umefanyaje hapo? Fight goal boy. Just. Come on, man.
Zote ni njia.
Makinika.
Natoa kaida kesho, make sure.
Thank you. Nimekuelewa peke yangu. Make sure. Hilo ni goli mimi nishahesabu.
Kaida
Kubwa ni mkubwa. Kama bure. Make sure Dulla. Thank you. Nimekuelewa. Uwazee. Wazee mnaniangusha. Wazee. Hilo tu. Wazee wa Kenya.
Uganda anawezeka.
Kenya wazee ni ya kwenu. Wazee.
Matovu mnawezeka. Hapo ni safe. Kama ni matovu.
Action Dulla. Kama ngoma. Hilo tu. Makinika sawa. Hatutaki kujua.
Usimwache, shikilia mkia.
Sawa tu.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the live stream of a very big match here, most especially with the repercussion for losing two players. From Tanzania, Abdallah Hussein donning the proud Tanzanian colors, that is green and yellow, a little shade of brown, taking on Ishmael Mtetwa of South Africa, donning white. Once again, for the consequence of loss of $3,000 in defeat, the two of the best shooters from their respective countries, that is Tanzania and South Africa, are racing to 21, and they have submitted to myself $3,000 and have given me power to hand it over to who of the two will be the first player to 21 fringes. It's going to be about a minimum of 3 hours just to know who of these two will be defeating the other. Once again, this commentary is brought to you on 3 platforms, that is Peter Chobe Live YouTube, Mchana Pool Club YouTube, as well as Rock and Shoot Blitz YouTube. There is another stream that is on Facebook for the Facebook, as it is on Break and Finish Live Facebook. 2 frames have been played and both have been won by the Tanzanian. As a matter of score, it is 2 frames to 0, with Abdallah Hussein leading against Ishmael Mtetwa. This is frame number 3. It is seeing Ishmael being snookered. For the start of action, Dulla is starting off the sharper player. He's one of the most dependable Tanzanian players. The Tanzanian team that are at the venue are the team that are snipers, and they are causing the hugest amount of noise in the background. That is the likes of Amadeus, the likes of Saif Hamad, the likes of Steven Jackson, and the normally silent and that is their noise as Ishmael fouls. Our venue of location is Jamlock Sports Bar and Restaurant, where at the very start, where the county of Nairobi in Kenya ends, also where the county of Machakos ends, alongside the road that leads to Mombasa. It's one of the most significant roads in the whole of the African continent. It's a road that comes from Mombasa, that is from the eastern up to the western coast of Africa, through Kenya, through Uganda, through Congo, up to the coast. And right at Ruby's fuel station in Machakos is Jamlock Sports Bar, where you find the venue where Abdallah Hussein and Ishmael Mtetwa are racing to 21 for $3,000. Umpire, a player herself, is the Pole Association of Uganda. She's called Julie Namahanga. Player and umpire, also back home in her country, a tournament organizer. Looks like Abdallah Hussein could be taking a third here. Looks like it could be big for Tanzanian pools. Looks like it could be big for snipers. And every reason to believe that it will, because he wants to respected corner pockets, bottom left and bottom right, and then black perhaps to one inside pockets, and then him to record the third frame. Who will be winning? He's just played 2 money matches in the space of the last 2 weeks, both to the Ugandan Joseph Kasozi, losing both by a difference of 1 frame. In the heart of the city of Dar es Salaam. Now he has chance to take his score to 3-0 if he can put black to the corner pocket, bottom right. Sometimes pressure gets the better of him. It's not a time to feel pressure this year. He will have to sink this one and sink. He does. Tanzania 3 and South Africa 2.
Huyo ndo mtumiwa wetu.
Now at the same time tomorrow it is going to be The Ugandan Joseph Kasozi, who is reading the game and reading the two players, is going to be taking on Ishmael at the same venue. That is tomorrow at 8 p.m. East African time. Perhaps it will be 7 p.m. It will be coming 1 hour earlier. The match between Dulla and Ishmael only came at 8 p.m. because Dulla and the team that are snipers arrived a bit late. They asked for some time to acclimatize into Nairobi and then make it into the venue. He's actually playing like he's the one that was first to arrive at the venue and so accustomed to the table. By the way, this table is standard Super League table, the same exact tables on which you have events like the World Pool Championships, like the European Ultimate Pool Championships. 2 of them at the venue out of 7, and the 2 were assembled just 2 days ago. They are very, very standard tables. They are very good tables. They don't favor anybody. They have Aramis balls on them, and they have very good cushion bounce with a relatively fast cloth. For the fact that it is new, the table is new and newly assembled. You get a feel it does not favor anybody. But of the 2 players, it is of course Ishmael that will be more accustomed to playing on this kind of table, because a good number of them they are in South Africa. In Tanzania, I don't think there is this brand of table anywhere from border to border, from Namanga to Tunduma. 3 frames to 0. The Tanzanian is in the lead against the South Africa, who is supposed to start off as some kind of favorite for the victory. In a money match, it could be easily the first time that these 2 are facing off. The die-hard is being given a test of his own medicine here. He's the home player. His participation in this money match is being sponsored by Jamlock. That is the host venue anyway. As for Dulla, it is the first time ever that he's stepping foot at the venue. In fact, he has only been at the venue for a total amount of time of less than 1 hour. 30 minutes of his arrival. Just after arriving, he was given time to fill the table, and thereafter, 30 minutes later, the match started, and the match is only alive for the last 15 minutes or so. Once again, live streaming on this action is Peter Cherry Live YouTube channel, YouTube, as well as Rock and Shoot Blitz YouTube channel. There is as well a Facebook stream that is on Break and Finish Live Facebook. Here comes Dulla in frame number 5, which is number 4, being played at the slowest speed of them all. Thank you for the update. The pool table, as updated by the supplier himself, is Optima table, originally from England, and it is a blackboard table. Very good table, the same exact brand that you find places like China. I also saw some tables, this exact brand, in Harare. Maybe they are the only ones in the country, the venue that hosted the Patriots pool tournament December last year. With Ishmael starting to produce some magic, of course, only magic will do. He has to make a shortcut of the yellow into the side pockets with the intention playing the cue ball into the red, leaving the cue ball at the same exact position where red is. He just needs sight of the black. Now wanting to put the last yellow in the table to the corner pocket, top left, and then black perhaps maybe to the same, maybe to the corresponding corner pocket top right, which is what he's intending to do, needing just the rail drive amidst silence from the fans, majority of whom will be his fans. Of course, he's the home player. Black by rail drive is sunk, and Ishmael wins his first of the match. Abdallah Hussein 3 and Ishmael Mtetwa 1.
Wacha waungane. Hata kama huyu msaidia mganga na kwa mganga. Ngasa kama mganga zote. Shangira bora mnaacha watu malizane nao bwana. Sawa tu. Kwa gani? Sawa nayo. Sasa.
And there goes the break of frame number 5. Sorry for the little network glitch. I believe it's now sorted in full. A void break it was at the first time of asking. At the very second time, Abdullah Hussein has just gotten to make one yellow on the break. A little tricky him choosing between the yellows and the reds. That's why he's taking all the time he has in the world. Of course, there is a corner pocket at the top right where there is yellow packed right in front of the red. It is the reason as to why Dulla will potentially be choosing to play the yellows. On the other side, he's choosing to play the reds. Maybe he wants to have the key ball into the red and the yellow and puts both. This means he leaves an open table. He has the luxury and the arrogance to play combination shooting even when the table is open. At the end of the day, the Tanzanian gets to close the table. Dulla playing reds. This one will be very satisfying should he win, most especially him having lost, I think, 2 of the last 3 money matches in which he's been active. The last 3 weeks, including twice in decisive against the Ugandan Joseph Kasozi, but very renownedly. Last week, he defeated the Zambian Royd Kabwe. And there is rumor that Royd is headed to Nairobi as well. As we speak, there is representation in Kenya from Uganda. Of course, the Kenyans, the Tanzanians. I'm hearing a rumor that Ginte is headed to Nairobi. So I want to think that for the next 7 days or so, it is going to be action upon action after action. Most especially at 2 venues, that is Jamlock Sports Bar where we are, and then Chana Pub and Grill where the action shall be happening tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow it shall be the same venue as well, between Ishmael and Kasozi. Tomorrow being Friday, then Saturday it will be a rematch of action between Dulla and Ishmael. This time it will be Dulla hosting Ishmael at Mchana, and then on Sunday Ishmael will rematch with Kasozi again at Mchana. Then there is hope that next week we should be having something of a 16-man cup, because yes, it is very, very worth it. Still trying to discuss with potential sponsors. Africa needs that, and we could have more than 116-man comp. There are also Tanzanian players like Innocent Sami, Steven Jackson, Amadeus, Saif Hamad, and they will want action against both Ishmael and the Ugandan Kasozi. So perhaps we could be having more than one race a day. There's also a certain madam, the umpire, who is a player, having come from Uganda. She wants action against any player that holds a Kenyan passport. Today, the match between herself and PR has not happened. There is hope it will happen soon. With Dulla, as Abdullah Hussein is nicknamed, looking set to win what will be his 4th out of 5 frames, needing to put both red and black to the same corner pocket bottom left, having to play with top spin, playing the keyboard with left motion, top spin, keyboard moves leftwards, by Abdallah Hussein. The rest is a formality. Has to be very careful with his t-shirt, which looks kind of big. Nonetheless, the Tanzanian still wins the frame. 5 frames played, dear viewers. Abdallah Hussein 4 and Ishmael Mtetwa
Come on, Ishmael.
Dulla anashinda wambie, Dulla anashinda aliona.
Oya nitafutia teja, nitafutia teja.
Come on Hussein.
Sawa.
David Kamanya asking if Dog City or Ibra is still around. Yes, Dog City is not at the venue, but is still within Nairobi. Ibra is at the venue and wants everybody at the venue with a Tanzanian passport to name his stake, and then the two have a money match. That is all of them. Ibra is open for business. Special thanks to the management team of both of the players for this game. For Ishmael, it is Jamlock Sports Bar, his sponsor, and while for his opponent, that is Dulla, Snipers Pole Club in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and the manager, that is Akida, is around to support the boys morally, of course, besides financially. And of course, Joseph Kasozi is managed in Tanzania, and there is big rivalry between Q Masters, his management team, as well as Snipers. And I know that we shall have action between the Snipers players and Kasozi, the Q Master. And I know that his manager, Timba, is watching as well. There's a lot of side business going on. The Tanzanians are having their $500 on Dulla, and then Kenyans are having their $500 on Ishmael. It's about to become 4-2 here from this kind of range. Ishmael will never miss. 4 for Abdallah Hussein and 2 for Ishmael. Rest to 21.
Just make sure tembea. Sawa. Kwenye ndio goli hilo. Kwenye ndio goli, usipe chance tena, make sure.
Makes sense. It makes sense. That's too far. No, I think we can't wait for time. Okay, in my opinion.
Yes. No goli Dulla, make sure goli. Okay, make sure I'm not free. Yani hiyo imeisha. Pakusema tusepe utulivu mwingi, pakusema tusepe goli, yani sure. Utulivu mwingi, meza yako, zunguka meza. Hilo goli. Sawa, utulivu meza yako, relax. Sure, taratibu, tara. Wewe mtunyatie kwa hivyo
Hii keno ya yellow.
Sawa Dulla, sawa.
amekwama. Wewe akicheza useme hivyo.
There is a chance for Dulla here to win a fifth. A chance that seems to have been misused just a little. Nonetheless, the Yellows will be positioned relatively good for Dulla to believe that he will still have a chance to play in the frame. Once again, dear viewers, those that are just joining the stream, it is an organized money match of an international nature between Ishmael Mteto of South Africa donning white and Abdallah Hussein of Tanzania donning the green and black and yellow. A race to 21, it is for the consequence of 3,000 US dollars. How much is that in your currency? Perhaps what will you do with that kind of money? In many African countries, about maybe 5 to maybe 15 kilometers outside city centers, you can buy land with that kind of money. And I know that in Malawi you can buy quite a big chunk of land. With Ishmael being a beneficiary of a free shot now in which he has chosen to pot Dulla's yellow with his own red, occupying the corner pocket bottom right with now red. And yes, with Ishmael now a big favorite for the victory of the ongoing frame. Of course, Ish has a lot more experience than Dulla. I just don't remember when the two last had themselves against each other in a money match. The few times they may have faced off were in team games. Dulla with a chance, call it half a chance, 2 yellows, both of them pretty much bad balls. Both close to the bottom right of the screen and both close to a corner pocket that is covered by Ishmael's red, as though Dulla wants to make a cut, maybe play yellow into red, maybe play with power, hope for luck. It's look like sharp cut to the corner pocket at the bottom left. He goes for that kind of shooting and gets in the yellow. The bounce of the cue ball off the cushions may not have come in his favor, but given how sharp he has cut the last yellow, you get a feeling even the remaining yellow on the pool table bed, you can play it and sink it either to the corner pocket bottom left or bottom right. He's going for the bottom left. The cue ball may be played into Ishmael's red if he plays carelessly. That is the cut. Cue ball avoids the red, but Dulla is not on target. Perhaps having to avoid contact between white and red hampered his prowess to play on target. He knows that that could be the last shot he has played in the ongoing frame. This one could be Ishmael winning a third out of 7. The cue ball as close can be to the red on the left, which he'll be playing, potting to the corner pocket bottom left with a little backspin, just a little.
Come on, man.
Now has to bounce the cue ball off the right cushion as he puts the corner pocket bottom right. A little bounce of the cue ball off the cushion into space where he can put the last 2 reds to the side pocket right and corner pocket top right. Black is there for taking. The frame is there for Ishmael's taking. Abdallah Hussein knows and Tanzania knows that the South African is on the verge of winning a third out of 7 simply by rolling the last red to the corner pocket bottom right. And we'll have the easiest spot of the black in a well-fought frame and perhaps a desired frame, and Ishmael wins. South Africa 3, Tanzania
4. Alikuwa toka zamani. Inakuanga hivyo yani.
Well broken frame number 8 it is. Very critical, most especially for Dulla to try and win this frame. Especially him having taken a 3-frame lead. It is too early to let Ishmael already have equal scores. Of course, Ishmael has better temperament. He is also more experienced. But of late, Abdallah has the benefit of being more active. I don't remember him, Dulla, having missed any of the last maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tournaments that have been participated in majorly by the biggest players on the African continent. That is whether in Tanzania, in Kenya, in South Africa itself, in Zambia, in Zimbabwe. He's one of the commonest faces that are the face of African pool today. Both in the singles, where he plays himself as Abdallah, also in the team events, where sometimes he has been playing for the Tanzanian national team, the Taifa Pool Stars, as well as his team, that is Snipers. And he has come to Uganda twice in the last 3 years. Most fondly in 2023, I do remember himself alongside the members of the Snipers team that traveled to Kampala to participate in the tournament of the Polar Station of Uganda. I also remember having traveled with him to different media houses to promote the game and the tournament itself. He reached the round of last 32 in the competition and was defeated there. I remember him playing many matches, many of them against Ugandan players, winning some and losing some. I don't remember him playing a match of this magnitude against South African players. In fact, most of the time when he plays these big money matches, it is $2,000 sport. Today's sport is a little bit more pressurizing and a little bit more statement making. And it looks like Ishmael could be winning this going frame and winning it by break and finish. By him playing the red that he has in sight, potting to the side pocket on the left, the cue ball naturally moves a little upwards. And perhaps he will want to put the last red on the table to the corner pocket bottom right where he's having his body. The little top spin. Just okay. All he needs is to be on target, spinning the cue ball to move it backwards. Where the black is, he may need the cue ball almost at the same point where it is now. Has to be on target, has to apply the backspin. Target on, backspin on the frame is won by Ishmael. Sorry, by Dulla. I beg your pardon. He now leads by 5 frames to 3. And those who don't have the digital scoreboard, you can use the one that is the right of your screen. The scores for Ishmael are on the left in red. The scores for Dulla are on the right in green. As umpire Julie racks frame number 9, it is Ishmael Mtetwa 3 and Abdallah Hussein 5. Rest to 21 for $3,000 US.
When I'm not around, you can.
Hey!
Not so many times you get to break and pot 2 reds and then yellow, and unfortunately the cue ball goes in as well. This will be the easiest frame that Ishmael will be winning. If he doesn't win this one, maybe it could be alarm bells that he could have a very long night. He will want to play the reds. For a free shot, he may want to play one of the yellows dead or something, but the reds are pretty finishable. Another player may want to play the black just in space. Even as he plays yellow, I doubt he wants to go for the yellows anyway. Even how he has set the yellows, he's still intent on going for the reds. The die-hard going for a comeback. Potting with the little movement of the cue ball playing into Abdallah's yellow. The South African has closed the table. He's playing in reds with one intention, win frame number 9 by reverse dish. For Dulla, the only offense he has committed in this frame is to put the cue ball on the break. For Ishmael, he's taking the easy pickings. He's pulling one back for a fourth, one back for victory, one back for $3,000 US. With now 2 reds for him to pot, and then the black, and then the frame. For whatever reason, he's taking all the time. Pretty palatable frame, this one, for the South African, who has been such a big vibe ever since the start of this tour. That one will go down as very good queuing, most especially for the fact that he's leaving a cut between white and red, such that if he puts the corner pocket top right, the cue ball bounces off the left cushion with the top spin. Then it moves all the distance rightwards where the black is, just like that. And pretty certain he's winning this, and sinks the black. Ishmael 4 and Dulla 5. Pius Muganga, thank you for watching. Asking who won the first money match between Kasozi and Ishmael. Of course, many of you were inquisitive of that after seeing a poster that was reading part 2. Yes, it was part 2. The first match between the two. I did stream it from Lusaka in 2024 during the Billiards Cafe Classic competition that was won by Aiden. That money match was won in a race to 16 by 16 frames to 12 by Ishmael, who gets to break frame number 10, which if he wins could be him equalizing for the first time ever since the start of action. Goes for the second ball. It's the yellow, gets to put 1 red on an open table. He will have to try with all the difficulty to win this frame with 1 piece of the table, make it his equalizing frame. He can be a beast on the table with his queuing skills, with a very humble personality as he plays. Also, very good sportsmanship. I do like this guy, Ishmael. When he does win, then the vibe comes out. I don't know of a more vibrant player than this guy in the entire African continent, most especially after winning. And his opponent is equally lovable as well. He's extremely humble. He's very professional when playing. He never ever plays a match without stacking. His t-shirt is very smart, very organized, and conducts himself very professionally. That's why he's such a crowd favorite of most especially Tanzanian fans. His matches draw so many numbers every time I stream his games. I do realize that. He may be closing the table here. And yes, he does. That was so brave. But he looks so fit. Especially even attempting to close the table with a shot that's difficult and attempting to win the frame with a chance this small. Wanting now to put red to the side pocket on the left, little top spin and the cue ball, moving it in a position where he can now play the red that is close to the yellow. Pretty much two balls touching each other, but the red is passable. The umpire has just indicated that the red that is rightwards of them all is touching the cushion. When he gets to play it, he will have to bear in mind the implication of playing a frozen ball. As he puts, the cue ball will perhaps be natural for either of the two reds that will be left on the table. And now Ishmael knows that the tactic where he tempted Abdallah on closing using the reds, perhaps using the yellows, could become futile. But Dulla has his work still cut out. There isn't enough cut between white and red. That is why he's rightly choosing the corner pocket bottom left for putting the last red on the table. He has to do it with a backspin, drawing the cue ball backwards. If careless, the cue ball could perhaps be played into the pocket. Has to be careful here. He needs the backspin, but cue ball played just into the cushion. This will do even better. Stop effect on the cue ball. He has full sight of the black hole to himself, of course, to put to the side pocket on the left to respond to fire with the apple, respond to red apple with Dulla's red apple of his own. And yes, he does. After frame number 9 being broken by Dulla, and Ishmael finishing it right away. Frame number 10 was broken by Ishmael. Dulla finished it right away with one visit of the table. It is now Ishmael Mtetwa 4 and Abdallah Hussein 6. My friend Hadia Loanga watching from Kitgum. Thank you for watching and always watching. She calls herself a female Caesar. That is funny. Damian, thank you for watching. And Aquatic Pool Center. You say when you grow up you want to be like me, or I'm humbled. Frame number 11. So far we are done with 1/4 of the match. There has been black ball potted on the break. That leaves the table open, but the same player gets to break the same frame again. Black ball rules. It is called a void break. Hi Makwan.
Hello, Chobe.
Who are you supporting today?
Ishmael, of course.
Why Ishmael? Dulla is your neighbor. He's your Swahili mate.
But I usually go with, if I met you first, it's only right that I support you.
Yeah.
So I met Ishmael first, so I'll support him. Besides, Ishmael is guilty by association. He is Kenyan.
Yeah, nowadays he's Kenyan. Speaks some good Swahili.
Very good Swahili.
Enjoys some good ugali.
Very good ugali and some spinach and some.
And he's such a vibrant guy.
Very vibrant, actually. Yeah.
Now,
So,
I've not seen you playing any games. There is a female player in town today. She's the umpire. She wants to have some action. Yes. Why can't Makwan give her a game?
Makwan can give her a game. I accept the challenge.
Yeah, I'll be honored to stream that game any day it comes.
Come again, sir?
I'll be honored to stream that game any day it comes.
I welcome that. I welcome that.
Perhaps before any of the men's games coming up, it should be Makwan versus Jolie.
That's fine.
There comes Makwan. She's a member of the Kenya national ladies pool team, proudly supporting Ishmael today, and she's doing it loudly.
But with class. Loudly, but with class.
There she is. 6 frames to 4, dear viewers. It is the Tanzanian in the lead. I just saw one of the most touching moments involving Ishmael when he was playing a money match against Kasozi late last month in Dar es Salaam. A rest of 21 it was, 20-20 the scores. He missed a black ball that could have won him the frame and $2,000, but that kind of miss, I doubt he got to sleep throughout the night. But if he can put up performances like taking down Ishmael, of course that one will be history. This one will be very comforting. Of course he has already consoled himself, taking down Royd, the Zambian. And just in case you may want to know, Royd is following Dulla all the way to Nairobi, as Dulla goes for an 11th for himself. All the Kenyans with Dulla's performance so far, all the Ugandans, even some of the Tanzanians that don't belong to Team Tanzania but will be in Nairobi soon, will know that Dulla will not be anybody's pushover. Not when he's playing this good. I want to think he will want to put both red and black, perhaps the same center pocket on the left. That could be the natural movement of the keyboard because it comes towards the right bottom of the table. Oops, that's even better. Even more classy. Even more skillful. A little more arrogant, but way more effective, as he's proving now the better player, finishing better, thinking better, acting better, winning better, and now leading even better. Abdallah Hussein 7 and Ishmael Mtetwa 4.
Anatukimbia sisi sasa huko. Election Kenya wapiga Kenya kama ngoma. Yes, kanua uraia. Wewe unazo wapi?
Come on,
Hilo sasa.
it's okay.
Hilo sasa. Kama ngoma Dulla, yani kama ngoma. Ile kama mwizi. Yes, kasema tuje, tumekuja. Natutaka mwenyewe. Nataka mwenyewe. Mtoto kautaka.
Ngoja kwanza tumrudishe kwa huyu, tabaki wenyewe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hiyo umepiga marume, hiyo umepiga. Ya kuisha ishe, msema watoto ya kuisha ishe.
Thank you Jesus.
Sasa mdogo haina haja kwa mambo.
Taratara mwanetu mwenyewe tuondoke.
Taratara.
Sai, hatuna mbwego Dullayo, hilo tu. Goli. Shida na hela.
Thank you very much, Africa. With 11 frames played, we are now streaming to 2,000 people watching live. Special thanks most especially to those of you that are watching from Tanzania and Zimbabwe and South Africa, where these players hail from. Looks like Dulla will be winning an 8th here. Looks like Ishmael is not going to be having it his way. He could find himself snookered. That was tight, but it will do. He has full sight of the yellow on the right. Simply has to roll it either way. Simple roll, or perhaps play top stop shot effect on the cue ball, leaving the cue ball just around the same area that the yellow, which is rightwards, is now. He opts to go for the roll, and the roll works. You get a feeling he may want to put black to the corner pocket, bottom right. I assume if he plays the cue ball with top spin to bounce it off the left cushion, it moves just a little rightwards, just like that. Just like that. Boy, oh boy. On a good day, Abdallah Hussein will give you a very good game. Here he is. It's going to be 8 with 12 frames played. Dear viewers, Abdallah Hussein has twice as many frames as his opponent has. It is 8 for the Tanzanian and 4 for the South African. Race to 21 for 3,000 US dollars.
Yani anayemtaka yoyote sahihi.
Special dedication of this match to my good friend Samson Kiboga of the Sam's Pro TZ Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok streaming platforms. Is the one that has been in a very big way responsible for the popularization of these players, most especially of the two, Abdallah and other great Tanzanian players. And this I have to tell you point blank that these matches are all a product of social media. When Tanzania is playing, everybody's watching. When South Africa is playing, same applies. When Uganda, when it's Kenya, when Zimbabwe and Zambia. That's why at the end of the day, the best players from those respective countries now find a reason, with management teams coming into contact with each other, to have games like this. And it's an entire continent being entertained. And I want to believe it doesn't get any better than this. Tomorrow, same venue. It will be Ishmael versus Kasozi for 2,000 US dollars. Thereafter, on Saturday at Mchana Pub and Grill, it will be the rematch of this action we are watching right now at Mchana Pool Club. And then on Sunday, rematch of Kasozi versus Ishmael again at Mchana Pool Club. And there comes Samson Kiboga commenting for the first time in the match. And I know that he will give a very pleasant phone call to Abdallah if Abdallah wins this match, that like maybe he will. And if he wins, it will be a very, very memorable victory. And if he wins, he may have to do it again at Mchana this coming Sunday, or else he will return the fish to the water and the fish will swim away. Return the fish to the water.
Dulla, make sure penalty.
Sawa. Kama ghost tu, kama ghost hapo.
Here comes Abdallah Hussein, is seemingly a little bit out of sorts, and not yet decided on which shot to play. Irrespective, it looks tricky. A yellow can be sunk to the side pocket on the left. Cue ball will be tricky. It was always going to be difficult, him manipulating, let alone potting. That's why the risk of missing the target was always there. The chance for Ishmael was always coming. A location of the action, ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers, is Jamlock Sports Bar and Restaurant. Just in case you are in and around Machakos or Nairobi in Kenya, the venue is just by Ruby's Fuel Station, the Athi River area alongside Mombasa Road. Entry is absolutely free. All that management will want of you is buy a drink of your choice, get a seat of your choice, and enjoy the action the evening away. What can Ishmael do here? The easily portable ball is the red packed at the corner pocket bottom left. Of course, he knows that going for that one is a little bit risky, most especially should he fail to make a clearance. That's why he's playing off cushion. Shot is legal, however, because there was contact between the ball he played and another cushion. But Hussein will treat this as an opportunity. Try and steal the frame away. Actually, Ishmael is a little bit of coward, for lack of a better word. On another day, watch the portable ball and go for the frame. Here he is now going through the defense play of Dulla. Ishmael seemingly recovers. For as long as he has sight of a ball he can put, you get a feeling the frame is finishable. As for Dulla, he may count his chances on the position of the black touching his yellow to cause some kind of difficulty to hamper the pattern of Ishmael. He's a big name in African pool. Not forgetting him being the 2014 South African champion and 2015 South Africa #1 ranked player, most especially in black ball here. However, he's versatile. He has played 10 ball, 9 ball. He also plays hay ball and is a decent player. Abdallah Hussein was one of the very few Africans 2 years ago to reach the prize bracket of the World Hay Ball Championships in Shanghai in China. He reached the round of last 64 in a tournament that had hundreds and hundreds of players, way more than 5,000 from everywhere in the world. He was in the round of last 64 and got himself $3,000, the same amount of money that Ishmael could win if he's the first to 21. If he's to get the 21, he will need this one. Wanting to put black to the side pocket on the right, maybe go for the corner pocket. He's going for the side, cheats the pocket a little, and sits the black, and wins the frame, and pulls one back. Ishmael, Mtetwa 5, Abdallah Hussein 8, rest to 21.
Bila kuchoka. Mizozo kweli.
Here comes Ishiano, as he's nicknamed by peers. The face he's wearing is one of confidence, but also the one that knows that his work is cut out. Just in case there was any doubt that he's going to be having it all his way in this match, he now knows that if he's to stand a chance of taking down Dulla, he has to be at his very best. But no shadow of a doubt, dear ladies and gentlemen, he can. In this ongoing tour of the Ugandans and now the Tanzanians into Kenya, he has already demonstrated that he can come back big and win. He has done so against Ian of Uganda. He has also done so a little so against the other Ugandan Dog City. He has done so even bigger against the other Ugandan Ibra. And he's already in some little profit in terms of count of monies won vis-a-vis count of monies lost. He has won once and lost twice against Dog City, has won twice and lost twice against Ian, has lost once against Ibra and won twice, and both matches were for $1,000. That puts him for $2,000. Sorry, that means one race of $2,000 pot is his total profit so far, and he could make it 3,000 more if he wins this. I want to think the natural movement of the white, if pots yellow, is to enable him pot black to the side pocket on the left, just like that. The rest for Ishmael is a formality. It is the first time in the match that Ishmael is winning 2 frames in a row, as it inspires support from the crowd. Of course, the majority of the crowd are an Ishmael fan base because he's the home player today. A resident in Nairobi and being sponsored by the venue, that is Jamla. Once again, dear viewers, it is Ishmael 6 and Dulla 8.
This one does not have a place to check. I don't think it will be able to oh, if you have to see.
From wherever you're watching, dear viewers, I believe that you are enjoying the action. Yes, most especially in Dar es Salaam, the city of Dulla's residence, Bulawayo, the city of Ishmael's birth, and of course Johannesburg, the home city of Ishmael today. With Dulla now going for the reds, 6 of them they are in number, going for apple. Tricky looking though, most especially because of the presence of the red that is right behind the black. The reds pretty finishable. Abdullah Hussein, about 15 minutes, if not 12 minutes ago, was having a 4-frame lead. Since then it has been cut to 2, as Ishmael has won 2 frames in a row for the very first time in the match. But Bernard, thanks for watching on the YouTube stream. You're asking how much $3,000 is in Ugandan currency. Okay, if you are not accustomed to Ugandan money, please don't listen to me, because it's some 11 million Uganda shillings. Just close there. As Ishmael, Dulla plays the cue ball into the wool-beaded red. Now he has every chance of winning the frame and winning it now, even after Ishmael won 2 frames in a row. When you thought that it may get onto the nerve of Dulla, who, by the way, facially is looking a little more nervy of the 2 shooters, seemingly it just hasn't. Of course, he'll be playing the red that is closer to the cue ball with a very sharp cut. And given the power involved in playing the cue ball, he may have little control of white for the last red. He goes for the cut, plays it big, white into yellow, and the red remaining on the table is portable for Dulla. The choice of pocket where he may play it will be dependent on the outcome of white, should he have sight of the black. And I want to think that if it is possible to the corner pocket bottom left, it will be the better option. The side pocket on the left is the easier way to pot, but cue ball is not natural for black, because it may be played into the yellow, it may be played into the black, and it could go anywhere after contacting the yellows. He has to be very careful. That's why he goes for the corner pocket and plays absolutely well. And absolutely fantastic. Ishmael up on his feet. Abdullah wins yet another frame in this very big match between 2 players. But of course, with the nationalistic interests at heart, it is now Ishmael 6 and Dulla 9. Sarah Gochali on the YouTube stream asking when Joseph Kasozi is playing. Sarah, he will be playing tomorrow at the same venue against Ishmael. Thereafter, on Saturday and Sunday, there will be 2 matches at Mchana Pool Club, one each on the respective days. That is the rematch of this match that you're watching, and then on Sunday, the rematch of the match between Kasozi and Ishmael at Mchana. Haran Koich, you'll send $50 to the winner. Come on, Haran, eh? That will be a nice thing, eh? Sammy Kimgenon, thank you for watching Chana Pool Club. MLD Dreams, you say this guy is very good. I don't know exactly who, but I think you're insinuating Dulla, because many of you may even not be knowing him, although he's a very big name in Tanzanian pool and a relatively big name in African pool. What's missing in his career is winning a big, or perhaps getting into the latter stages of a big African comp. He was part of the team that won the Q Masters International Carnival, the second edition that was hosted in Arusha in Tanzania. I swim that match between the Snipers team when they played in the final against the Kenyan team that were the Mchana Knights. A match that was won a little convincingly by the Tanzanians. I also remember them defeating the Ugandan team Danger in the semis. Thank you for watching on the YouTube stream. And Leon Tuli, seemingly watching from Kenya, as Dulla now implores some of his defense skills. If you remember the match he last lost against Ian, he did too much of the defensive work. Sometimes it even affected himself, but most of the frames where he played defense, he won them. Maybe he's discovering that Dulla is a very good player when it comes to offense, and the diehard is opting to play safeties. Now here he is. Dulla has also made perhaps one of Ishmael's reds, perhaps, sorry, the yellows of Ishmael to be blocked by Dulla's red. The red is now a dead ball. For instance, if the reds were to be played and potted, all of them, then the frame will end in a draw. And the match is watched by too much of royalty in pool. Kenyan players, Moses Kimani, Evans Kiprotich, all of them reside quite a distance from where we are, but yes, they are at the venue watching. The Ugandan players, Ibrahim Sejemba, Sula Matovu, Bob Katerega, the other Kenyan players like Kevin Yegon, and of course Makwan, and all of the Tanzanian delegation plus manager are at the venue and watching and seemingly enjoying. This one will be a very slow frame. Meanwhile, from wherever you're watching, please do not forget to like the video.
XP.
This one will take all the time, most especially because of the situation at the corner pocket bottom right, where there are 3 yellows right behind the red. Otherwise, after 15 frames of play, the score remains stable. Remains at 9 frames to 6. The Tanzanian Dulla is in the lead. You just hope for Dulla that some of the very unfortunate stuff that happens when he's playing matches. Sometimes he loses very unfortunate frames, which are deciding frames. When it's too much pressure, sometimes he fails to handle. But now we can handle because he has the benefit of a free shot after Ishmael potting the red. Of course, Ishmael, even by body language, did not want to pot the red. And for a free shot, you get a feeling Dulla has got no business with the yellows. He's choosing to pot yellow anyway, and he's vindicated, I think, because he can pot two reds to respective side pockets, right and left, and can finish the frame and can finish it now.
Make sure fit.
Here comes Hussein. Getting to break. Needing a relatively sharp cut of the red on the left to the side pocket, of course, on the left. He's choosing to play the top play red first. Has to move the cue ball the entire length of the table. This looks suspect. It was always suspect game reading, and it hasn't entirely worked out. He may have a little sight of the red, but there is no reason as to why. When you can put the would-be difficult ball on the table, you choose not to play it. He has sight of the red, but potting it is a different thing altogether because it is little sight. Will he pot? Is it enough to pot it? What he needs is pot. If he doesn't, he probably loses the frame. He gets to pot, cue ball off 3 cushions, and has now full sight of the black. Recovery for Ishmael, as he takes a very necessary deep breath. Will be aiming for black, will be in pole position to win the frame. Black portable, perhaps relatively easy to the corner pocket top left. Has to be careful with the cue ball in its natural movement. It could sink into the side pocket on the left. Here he comes and could go for the center pocket as well. Part of the options goes for the corner pocket, and black is in. Big power, big target, big lead now. Ishmael 6 and Dulla 10. Dominic Mutisia, thank you for watching. I now say hi to you, my guy. Visa boy, thank you for reminding us to like the stream. Bobin Love, you said Dulla is too much. Yes, so far he's been too much. He can mean to be too much.
Thank you.
And at any point, dear viewers, if you are able to recognize through your ears the song that is being played in the background, that means the music is a little too loud, please inform us in the comments.
Wewe ni mbaya sana Dulla, kisha yogee mtu. Thank you. Hatuna baya. Hatuna baya, hatuna haraka.
It is 10 frames to 6. Dear viewers watching from Peter Chebe Live, watching from Rock and Shoot Blitz, watching from Channel Pool Club, watching from Break and Finish Live Facebook, the Tanzanian is still in the lead. Abdallah Hussein, who traveled all of the distance. I was watching the videos of the Tanzanian team travel. They are sharing with us. He was the bus driver. Perhaps call him the most tired guy of them all. But then he was lined up to play first. And I was really looking forward to this game, especially seeing why that kind of order of play. Having 2 matches on the first 2 days, and I know And that even tomorrow, while the program is to have Kasoze and Ishmael, there could be a match between another Snipers player and maybe one of the Ugandan players, because the Tanzanian manager, that is Akida, has told me that he's open for business for the Ugandan players, and the one that has expressed interest first is Ibra. He says he's open for business as well, and the pot that is being discussed is $3,000, same pot that these two are playing. Our venue, dear viewers, is Jamlock Sports Bar, witnessing action between Ishmael Mteto of South Africa, which is now more than 10 money matches I've streamed involving him for the last 2 weeks when I've been resident here in Kenya. He's taking on Tanzania's Abdullah Hussein as the 2-21 for $3,000. With the audio of the same video that is being streamed to Channel Pool Cup Rock and Shoot Blitz on my own socials, Peter Chove Live, being brought to you by myself, Simon Peter Chove, all the way from Kampala, doing what I love doing now in Machakos, in Kenya. Ishmael has to be in the know that is taking on a guy that is more than ready to surprise him with victory. And Ishmael has played, in my opinion, not well enough, because he's left the cue ball hanging for Dulla to put yellow to the side pocket on the right. And given how good he's been playing, you get a feeling that, especially given the position of the cue ball, you don't rule him out finishing this frame. It's frame number 17, just as he did for 10 of the first 16. Playing top spin, cue ball moving the entire width of the table. What he'll play next will be very, very critical. Could go for a bank, yellow into yellow. He plays cue ball into black and into yellow. Gets to create himself a very good opening to win yet another frame, taking everybody by surprise, I believe, including Ishmael himself. For the last shot that Ishmael played, being defensive, Abdullah being some kind of master of proper game reading in this one, utilizing the position of the players to himself and now turning himself as a favorite for the victory of the ongoing frame, thinking better. His game reading so far has been way superior. His finishing ability, his manipulation of the cue ball, and also the utilization of tough situations and utilizing them and making them good situations for himself. Now potting black, silencing the home crowd that are an Ishmael crowd. A very necessary timeout for Ishmael as Abdullah Hussein wins his 11th. The Tanzanians celebrate. It is Dulla 11 and Ishmael 6, rest to 21. Very well.
Very good. Hebu yakubwa sawa mkaka. Hicho chimanyi.
He has a heart. Huh? He has a heart. Like he's fearless. The thing. You know, being fearless can take you on your way. Because even someone who can outplay you, they will believe you. I wanted to give you 16, this is one. Now I say I've finished. Give me 18. Shame upon you, sir. All right. Something like a bank. Just 21. That one is more. That is just one shop tonight. Maybe we need to put this cupboard somewhere else. I wish where it can be seen by angle. Yeah. If we are talking about this. People are talking about cupboard. Let me see what I can do. Mimi naitwa Marefu. Hello? It's exciting. Are we good here? Are we good? Welcome back, dear viewers, from wherever you're watching. The hunter is being hunted here. Whoever saw that coming, that after 17 frames Ish will be on just 6. That is the beauty of pool. Sometimes you just don't know of these two players in terms of experience. Ish is way high. In terms of achievement, they can't even be mentioned in the same sentence. In terms of match fitness in recent competition, that is where Abdullah is edging it, and that is what is exactly he's demonstrating here. Of course, he'll be putting the red close to the cue ball. How would he will manage the cue ball for the last red is what we are left with seeing. Maybe play with topspin. With power, play the cue ball into the two yellows close to red, with the yellows being played into red, moving the red close to the corner pocket bottom left. That's what I think he should be playing. He goes for precision, too much precision. I want to think that was a little too risky. Just positioning that cue ball somewhere where he can put the red was close to impossible. Even not getting himself snookered, I want to think has played well, but just not well enough. Now has his work cut out, and he knows that if he doesn't put this red in some kind of way, he will highly likely be losing. Half of the frames that the two played were apples, red and green respectively. Final score was 21 frames to 19. That is 40 frames played. 20 frames between Dog City and Ishmael were apples at Michana last Sunday, red and green respectively. This one has a few apples as well. Most of the criticism has been demonstrated by one guy, the guy that you're watching right now on TV, the guy that is snookered, the guy that can recover only by finding red off the cushion on the left. Better for him, put it equal as well, play key ball into black. The guy gets the red, he almost got it in, but almost is not almost enough. Just puts a little bit of pressure onto Ishmael, who will be playing snooker again. Play the yellow on the left in space in the same shot snooker his opponent. I'm hearing a rumor. Only a rumor still is that yes, China could come in to sponsor a 16-man comp that has all the players now that you now know. The Ugandans, 3 of them, Ibra, Dog City, and Ian, also joined by Kasozi now. And then the Tanzanians, that is Abdullah, Steven Jackson, then Amadeus, then Saif Hamad, and of course The Kenyans who are here in very good numbers, maybe with the option of having Sula Matogo from Uganda, though he's resident in Kenya, and of course Ishmael, in what will be a very good East African competition any day early next week at Mchan Pool Club. And I know that that one chairman will really want, as Dulla pots black prematurely for the first time in the match. Ishmael 7, Abdallah Hussein 11, rest 21. Tomorrow, once again, Ishmael will get to take on Joseph Kasozi for the first time in Kenya, but second time overall. Then the rematch of action that you're watching now will happen at Mchana this coming Saturday. Then Sunday, rematch of Kasozi versus Ishmael again at Mchana. I want to believe almost certainly that there will be more action against players from Uganda and then players from Tanzania on the same day. Almost guaranteed. I'm also hearing a rumor that Ginte wants to be a part of this. As for frame number 19, the table is closed by Dulla playing red into yellow, potting yellow. In blackball rules, he gets to close the table playing yellows. And here he goes. We'll want to play the cue ball into red, just to support the stopping of the cue ball. He almost lost it because a white slid off red, then play direct into it. And we'll be playing with backspin, cue ball off the right cushion. That will do. What you are waiting to see is how he'll play the yellow of the three that is leftwards of them all. Another shot to be played with another little backspin. Now this is the moment of truth. Potting the remaining yellow, the yellow that is rightwards, sorry, is not that difficult, but then the one that is leftwards, maybe realistically speaking, he may have to play it by bank off the cushion on the left into the side pocket on the right. And how he's playing is reminiscent of exactly that. Bank the yellow into the center pocket right with just a little backspin. If the bank is in, the frame will be won by Ishmael. If the bank is off, the frame will highly likely be won. Sorry, if the bank is on, then Dulla will be winning the frame. That's the bank off the cushion and off the target. And the way Ishmael jumped out of his chair, he knows the chance is even bigger that he's taking this frame to himself. He's choosing to play defense. He's been put under that kind of pressure, wanting to play when only sure. Otherwise, the frame is pretty finishable. As long as he can put the red that is close to black. If it is a little difficult, then you wouldn't fault him wanting to play some kind of snooker. But from our current camera position, you can see that he has sight of the red close to black and can put it to the corner pocket top left. The umpire did brief the players, that is for the two, that for most of the time it will be herself carrying the cue ball off the bed of the table if there is a foul. But with her permission, the players are free to carry the cue ball by themselves as well. Of course, the umpire is boss of the cushion. Again comes Abdallah into the yellow. Yes, it will be. Yes, it is in. I just have a feeling it was not very good game reading for Ishmael to play defense when he had the chance to win the frame by offense. Dulla has one deep breath to win one big frame to take his cause to more than half to make it 12 out of 19. Dulla versus Black to the corner pocket, and it's in. Ishmael Mtetwa 7 and Abdallah Hussein 12.
mbele chuma 5-6 sahihi.
Tayari kashalegea, kashampiga sindano. Kashampiga sindano. Shamaliza kazi kalegea. Nishamlegeza.
Aisha ni kuchagua.
Baada kuweza mdimu wa wawili kwa
Aisha ni kuchagua.
This is fair. It was 15, I would unplug him. At the end of the day, Dulla is human. The guy has been playing like a machine. So many clearances have been top notch, and his game reading has been out of this world so far. Not so many people can take Ishmael on at this venue and lead this big against him. And not that Ishmael is playing that bad, it's just that he's being outthought and outplayed by his opponent. There's a few times been some very suspect decision making by Ishmael, most especially last frame. He had the chance to take the frame down. He opted to play safety when he had the game to himself and could win it. He went for safety and was punished. And he could be punished even now. I'm not so certain the white is possible in between the cushion and yellow for Dulla to put red against the cushion to the corner pocket bottom right. Off the cushion into red, and it's in. Every reason for me to believe he could be taking this one down as well. The reds, 4 of them, they are a number. With any kind of ease, I doubt he can put any. Even if you were to play the red that is parked at the corner pocket top right of the cushion, that movement of the ball is still affected by the position of the black. Now wants to play, must short curve the ball around the yellow bit, which he does, plays into red, but doesn't put. Jones Nabonga, he said dawa ya moto ni moto. Of course, supporting Abdallah Hussein. Moto is fire. Like saying Dulla, fire is fire. Abesula, you are getting onto Die Hard's nerve. You say his approach will not get him anywhere. Man, the guy is already somewhere. He was already African champion. He has already been African #1 before. He's not consistently active, but when he's active, he's a game. Today, so far, no. Another half a chance for Dulla to win yet another frame. What he needs is to put a ball. Maybe the ball he'll be playing is the red part at the corner pocket at the top right of the cushion. Then cue ball to slide off the red and then put it with the little top spin. He's just playing as though he's listening to the commentator. Dulla could be winning another one here. Ishmael could be getting even in more trouble. More special dedication of this match to another partner in crime of mine, this time around again from Dar es Salaam, the commentator Halima. Who is right now only praying and praying and praying that Dulla keeps on winning and winning and winning. She's such a fan of Tanzanian pool. And another of those very popular figures of African pool in general. She has very good hospitality and one of the most popular figures, at least for players. As popular as the shot, Dulla has played now. Cue ball close enough to the red with choice to play it into the side pocket on the left, better still corner pocket bottom left. With the roll, with top spin for the cue ball to follow the red just a little bit. It will be natural for the black, portable to the corner pocket bottom right. I don't know why he's talking all the time. Just roll the ball, calm yourself, compose yourself, breathe in and out. Roll the ball. As long as he's on target, he will be okay. Here is the shot. He may surprise us by going for the side pocket, by the way. Goes for the side pocket, cue ball into yellow. That is very good use of the cue ball. He slid it off the yellow. Then it moved leftwards. Has the cue ball at a point where he would still love it if given chance to place the cue ball by hand. The Tanzanian is in business and getting even in more business and is winning another frame. It is fire for Dulla. One of the better performances of his in the recent past. I am loving exactly what I'm seeing of him in the match. Abdallah Hussein, 13. Ishmael Mtetwa, 7. Raised to 21 for $3,000 US. This time around, though Dulla has been as good as Dulla has been, he gets to break dry. A 6-frame gap is set up by the Tanzanian for the first time in the match. Of course, Ishmael can. He still can win the match. I'm sure he can, but whether he will, your guess is as good as mine. And we'll have a night's sleep, then come back tomorrow, try to do it again against the Ugandan Joseph Kasozi, who is just watching this match at the venue, looking at strengths and weaknesses of both players. He knows that he will have to take them on both. And remember, Dulla was beaten by Kasozi twice in Dar es Salaam. In the last 3 weeks, Dulla was beaten by Kasozi once in Kampala 2 years ago. Dulla told Kasozi that should you beat me from Nairobi, I will follow you to Uganda again. Because Dulla has traveled more than half of the distance between Dar es Salaam and Kampala, Kasozi's home city. The defense side of Ishmael's game comes into the foil again. Arrested 21, $3,000 US. Abdallah Hussein 13, Ishmael Mtetwa 7. Umpire Julie, Ugandan Ishmael, now having big advantage in the frame. But Dulla is making it difficult, as difficult as he can. Ishmael may have to play, just have yellow to the top end of the table, in a position where I can put it now by connection, playing yellow into yellow. You get a feeling Dulla will play red close to yellow to make it difficult for Ishmael at least to put by playing yellow into yellow. Whatever Ishmael is doing, even in the tactical side of play, Dulla is matching him, and many times he's out matching him. Now wants to occupy another pocket with his own red Dulla. He gets support, but with no intention to put. His supporters cheer him on, saying it's okay, Dulla. This looks like a foul. Yes, a foul it is. I want to think that finally, if Ishmael is to make a comeback, if he's to mount a big comeback, he has to start it now, because his opponent is starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. He needs to win, 8 frames? Ishmael needs to win 13 out of the remaining 20.
Wakenya ni wanetu sana. Yaani familia. Sio wote akija kusumbua, sio tunakuja kuokoa jahazi. Si ni kama Wamarekani. Yaani sisi kama Wairani. Sisi kama Wairani sasa. Yaani hii ni kama China. Wairani. Sisi ni Wairani.
At the end of the day, finally the fight for winning a frame after a long time in the match is going to be won by the South African. Maybe this one could be one of many frames he will be winning, maybe many of them in a row. That's the kind of stuff he has to produce just to stand a chance of winning the game. He will be putting black to the corner pocket, bottom left. He's going for power, of course, potting with power. Now gets to win frame number 21. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ishmael 8 and Dulla 13. And thank you for watching. Bobin Lovu. You seem to say that it's embarrassing for Ishmael. It's normal, he's not yet lost his down, but not yet out. Kudakwashi, thank you for watching. You say Ishmael should not touch Caesar. He will not be touching Caesar. Caesar's management communicated that that match will not happen, understandably so, because Caesar has a trip to the UK on the 1st, and considering that today is the 26th, and the earliest flight from China to Uganda by the airline which moved him was on the 28th. Now, if you consider him on the 28th moving again from Uganda to Kenya, and then go back to Uganda, then proceed to China on the 1st, perhaps even move from Kenya to China, it just doesn't add up. To the United Kingdom, it doesn't add up. It will be risky when someone has something like the Ultimate World Championships UK coming up for them. 8 frames to 13. Dulla is in the lead. And even when Ishmael pulls a frame or two back, Dulla does not just get rid of the confidence. He seemingly needs the cue ball as rightwards as possible. try and put the yellow that is right to absorb them all by rail drive to the corner pocket, bottom right. There will be problem ball of them 4 yellows left on the table. The one he's playing is to be played with the right spin, cue ball to be moved naturally rightwards into a red, and now has sight of the yellow that is frozen against the cushion. The chance comes big for Dulla to win this one. How good will he play? By rail drive, and then to ensure that he manipulates the cue ball well enough to put another yellow. And the red that is close to the yellow he's trying to play does affect the movement of the yellow after the movement of the white, after contact with the yellow. That's why he's taking all the time. He has to imagine a lot of stuff. Play the yellow well with rail drive, pot it. Then after contact between white and the cushion, ensure that he can pot yet another yellow. Also wary of the position of the black, not to pot play red into black. That was too much to think of and play too well all at the same time. The chance comes back for Ish to win yet another. He wants to play red off yellow at the side pocket on the left, off yellow. Yellow is in as well, but that will be okay for Ishmael. The fewer the balls of your opponent when you have more, the better your option of playing safe if you need so. But of course, he will not be playing any safeties here. Frame is finishable and Ish is going for a finish. With a little back spin, cue ball moves close to the top end of the table. Maybe the red that is near the side pocket on the right will be played last. That is just me assuming that Ishmael will be playing all other reds left on the table and will be potting them. If he is able to come back here, it will be a very special performance. He's one of Africa's gambling machines on the pool table. Professional player, most especially when there is money involved. That is his game. When you put him in the middle of a money match, you are like putting a monkey in the forest in its natural habitat. There is a reason as why he calls himself and is called by others as diehard. Wants to play and play and play. And his play is very competitive and is winning yet another frame, wanting to put red to the side pocket right, then black corner pocket bottom left for what will be the third frame he will be winning out of the last 4. He had a 6-frame cushion just momentarily ago. That cushion is now being cut to 4, with him winning yet another frame against Dulla after 22 frames in a race to 21. It's Abdallah Hussein 13 and Ishmael Mteto 9. The break in frame number 23 by Dulla has gotten him to pot 1 yellow. Of course, he's going for the yellows. Too palatable to lose, to not to pot them, most especially given the yellow that is parked at the corner pocket bottom left. It makes his frame finishable. And is playing it for a table closing shot, a little bit of a suspect decision. He's getting himself snookered at least. Has survived the scare. It's such a fast tablecloth, this one. In this movement, I really thought he was getting himself snookered. There has been a miss, a very big miss. This one could be so costly. I just have a feeling it was wrong of him to close the table by playing the easiest ball and putting it, because there are other options which were as well finishable. And the yellow that he used to close the table would have been, in that case, an insurance ball. He's losing his pattern, Ishmael. He has to be advised better that he's doing so against the exact wrong fella. A fella that has been in so many situations in the same exact point where he is, and in many of them he has recovered and come out victorious. Ishmael with yet another. Of course, besides taking his score to 10 now, he will want to put Abdullah Hussein under as much pressure as possible.
Take your time. Take your time.
Of course, he'll be playing first the red, which is parked at the corner pocket top left. Play it with backspin. Cue ball bounces off the left cushion, then moves all the way bottomwards. He has sight of both reds left on the table, but he's conditioned to play connection red into red. He must get the connection right. He uses little power, too much precision. Amidst chanting fans in his favor, with the Tanzanians now being silenced by Ishmael, the South African is still in frame number 24 after a very big chance that was utilized very much by Dulla. It is now Ishmael potting black and getting himself into double figures for the very first time in the match, dear viewers. Ishmael 10 and Hussein 13.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I trust you. Correct. Correct.
Correctamente.
Let them appeal. Let them appeal.
Make them want to rematch.
That is your game now, bro. You know.
Hamna sifa hapa, hamna sifa. Safari macho ya mtu. Lakini msifani bara.
It is Ishmael here, applying safety, defensive, tactical play in the match. You now realize when he has a frame to break, he just does not split the balls anyhow. He knows that on the offensive side of the game, Dulla is more than capable of taking him down.
Shot.
Yes. Iko sawa, iko sawa. Make sure. Make sure. We want to kill him, but you know.
We are killing him.
Make sure.
Sorry for the little internet glitch on Break and Finish Live. I hope that you are now covered and sorted fully. Once again, from wherever you're watching, today we have this big money match where Nairobi is now the center of attraction for African pool. This time around, these are not official tournaments, it is professional gambling. That one I have to add, have to be clear.
Very nice, very nice.
With the players, with their respective management teams coming together to agree to have competitions between two players and then having the winners go away with the entire pot. Now, as for this match, Tanzania's Abdallah Hussein donning black and some green and yellow, together with his management team that are snipers all the way from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and then Ishmael Mtetwa from South Africa and his management of the day, that is Jamlock, the venue that are hosting us. They did agree to have this money match with each side staking $1,500 US dollars, which they submitted to me and gave me permission to give it whoever of the two will be the first player to 21 frames. That means a maximum of 42 frames to be played to determine a winner, and of them we have had 23 played to completion, with the Tanzanian leading by 13 frames to 10. In a race to 21, Ishmael needs to win 11, while Hussein needs to win 8 out of the remaining 18. That is including this one.
Can I send this to you?
Make sure.
Let me take one minute, just look at it.
Correct.
And thank you for watching. Those that are watching the Break and Finish Live Facebook page, Peter Chewe Live YouTube, Mushana Pool Club YouTube, as well as Rock and Shoot Blitz Facebook. It's a channel run by fellow streamer and commentator Evans Okacha, who is missing in action. And I know that from wherever you're watching Evans, I just think it is in.
Come on, man. Come on, we know you. We have to separate points from man.
Somewhere in Western Kenya. But we are representing you as best as we can. Guys, it is 13 frames to 10. Dulla is in the lead, but has to be a very worried guy, because about 30 minutes ago, the Tanzanian was leading by 6 frames. Now his lead is cut to 3, and there is a whole of 18 frames to play. It's more than enough game time for Ishmael to cover up. He's so experienced, most especially him in his own territory, the gambling territory, and could be winning another. and will be winning another. We'll want to put the last red on the table, I believe, to the corner pocket bottom right. If you are watching from Facebook, it is the corner pocket top left, and then black to the side pocket top for what will be his 11th out of 23. The pot of the black will be the easiest of them all. Ish versus the black for the chance to mount a comeback, and it's in. Yeah, viewers, the second time out of the match as requested by Ishmael, by Dulla, and as granted by umpire Julie, with score Ishmael 11, Abdallah Hussein 13, race to 21.
Ishmael forces a timeout.
That's Ian.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. That's my
Something like that.
What squad was choose or what? Come on, Lighty. Come on, Lighty.
Maliza game. Nimekuja mkuu.
Why not YouTube? Or maybe their Facebook has free cheap. There are bundles where you buy a bundle, they give you free facilities for as long as you have it.
Time in there, viewers. 23 frames played. And the lead of the Tanzanian Dulla has been narrowed. And I have to say that Ishmael is worryingly close. This ongoing frame will give us an answer as to whether timeout for Dulla was effective or not. Also, very easy to point out that after going for timeout, perhaps before going for timeout, Ishmael has changed his game plan. He has gone defensive, and Dulla must match him in the defensive aspect of play. Of course, the whole of the experience of Ishmael alerting him that he needs all of the aspects of his game to stand a chance of taking on Dulla, who for the first half of the match was a much better player with much better patterns and was way more clinical. Big shot this one, Dulla having to roll yellow against the rail to the corner pocket top right. Cue ball into other yellows. He has unfortunately gotten red frozen against the yellow and has made the manipulation of this pattern now a little too difficult for his liking. He's a little out of sorts. Of course, he's in full sight of just one of three yellows left on the table. Portable to the corner pocket. Top. All right, if you're watching from YouTube, but it's top right if you're watching from Facebook. Gets to play yellow into yellow and gets support and gets to recover so well. The yellow closest to the cue ball is the easiest ball portable on the table. Manipulation of the cue ball for the remaining yellow on the table, not whatsoever. He also has the bad benefit of his body size, but knows how to manipulate it well to his advantage. You see a very full stretch, very big backspin, and we'll be having at least some sight of the last yellow on the table. I'm not so certain it can pass into the side pocket on the right. If it can, then he perhaps will be winning the frame. If it can't, he perhaps will be losing the frame. As Ishmael waits, hoping for a miss. Hussein waits, hoping to play and pot. Critical shot this one. Will he pot? The aim is for the side pocket. It's in. Cue ball off the cushion. Full sight of the black. The rest is a formality. Of course, the very deep sigh of relief from Abdullah Hussein is in order. And after big pressure that the South African Ishmael was perhaps getting on the verge of one frame of Ishmael, Dar es Salaam and Dodoma and Arusha can for now relax their nerves because the lead is getting back to 3 frames, and after coming from timeout, Abdullah Hussein onto the table, eye break and finish, wins frame number 24. Hussein 14 and Ishmael 11, race to 21. Dog City has just stepped into the venue, perhaps to watch the last bits of action in the match. Silvano Weru, former Kenyan international, we just called him SLV. Ibra Sejemba. All the snipers team that did travel, Joseph Kasozi, are all enjoying the match. And Dulla must be as good as he was from the onset. Every time Ishmael now gets to break a frame, he just breaks it. Not to have a good split of the balls, he just aims not to foul. He knows that this Tanzanian guy can more than match him on the offensive side of the game, and Ishmael has clearly been winning majority of the frames that have been slow-paced and tactical.
Kachoka tayari, kachoka, fight. Haya, ziba mdomo. Make sure.
Yeah!
For once, Dulla plays not to pot. Of course, Ishmael will play yellow right against the rail. Try to play it again, not to pot as well. Of course, he's not potting. He's just leaving it packed and occupying that corner pocket in full. For Dulla, he wants balls in as much space as possible. That is where he operates best. For Ishmael, he wants as little space as possible between balls. Another ball to be played into space. Ishmael stands up. Dulla tells him, sit down, it's not your turn. Also communication between the players that red is also frozen against the cushion. Safety played by Dulla. Ishmael responds to safety with another safety of his own. Safety play by Dulla. Even more safety play by Ishmael. Frame number 25. Upon us after this one, it will be 16 more. And of those, Dulla will need to win 7. Hello? Yes, please. Evans. Just went to. He doesn't have battery or something. Gotcha. Yes, sir. I'm fine, sir. How are you? I'm here enjoying my chapter with Nakwana. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Nice hearing from you. Yeah. Just Del Monte. Yeah.
Amekwama.
Thank you. All right.
Amekwama.
Yeah. Okay.
Take your time. Fight, hakuna haraka, fight.
So what's by you? Yes. So send I think either your number or my number.
Nimekuelewa ulipokaa.
Send that number. Kindly get me Del Monte and small match. Small you have big one. It's okay. Yeah.
For how long? It's negative.
Yeah.
She should wonder.
That's what you need to warn them that tell them if they do it.
If they play 5 more shots without botting a ball, that is negative play. We need
Not
that.
intending to play you. It's a still. And dear viewers, looks like the umpire Julie will be having some communication to both players. Of course, it is negative play at play here. She has just told them if they do it thrice more, that is play with no intention to pot, then she will be calling a stalemate. And now that Ishmael plays, I'm not so certain he intended to play. That one will be the umpire's call. Of the two players, the one that will not want the stalemate is of course Ish, because the yellows are positioned clearly better than the reds, irrespective of the fact that the reds are less on the table. Off the cushion, Dulla finds the red. Of course, the reason why it is too much in quotes touch because of the position of a red that is right in front of Ishmael's yellow. Now there's a tempting shot where he can play yellow, packed at the corner pocket bottom left, with backspin with right motion on the cue ball, play it into the red that is close to the yellow and play the yellow in space, just like that. I'm not so certain how effective it is. The shot lacked a little power. He needs to recover and needs it big. 14 frames to 11. Abdallah Hussein leading against Ishmael Mteto are racing to 21 for $3,000 US. And it has been very special listening from my friend, partner in crime, Evans Okacha. Who is either watching from Kisumu, most likely Kakamega, and is just sponsoring my drinks, as soft as they are. I just drink what Abdallah is saying drinks, nothing more. Again, tempting for Ishmael to pot and play the cue ball into the yellow and red. Maybe this is the time that he has to do it. This time round has to be effective. It's the shot that could either win him or lose him the ongoing frame. With the right spin on the cue ball, play it off the left cushion and then into red or close to yellow. This is effective. The round of applause is in order from the Ishmael fans. They know it's a frame now, he's winning. But has to be careful, it's not yet done. He's going for a right spin. The cue ball off the top cushion, moving rightwards. As close can be to the black. This is top-notch cue ball manipulation skills from the South African Zim. Ishmael versus the black. To make it 12, to yet again come within 2 frames of Dulla. To make it realistic, he could win this one and sinks the black and wins the frame. Ishmael 12, Abdallah Hussein 14. In the meantime, dear viewers, Dulla has a 2-minute timeout. Their hope is that when the two players get back on table, we shall just go up to the end until someone gets to 21.
That's what we are. Tondoke. Yaani nishambuzi wangu tayari.
Mkoseko number Dulla, thank you for watching on the Facebook stream. Cybermonk or is watching Mareza, Caesar's #1 fan. I believe we'll be supporting Ishmael, his countryman, in this one. That one is watching from Gauteng in South Africa. Thank you for watching, my friend. Pro French mechanic. He said that Ishmael has now improved a lot. Yes, the tactics are already working out and has every chance of winning, just as losing this one. Paul's Innocent Hatulale, thank you for watching as well. Most likely somewhere from South Africa. Definitely. There was a momentary loss of video for the YouTube stream. Please accept our apologies. Now we're good to go. It is 14 frames to 12. The lead, that was at one time a 6-frame lead for Dulla, has been cut by 2 by Ishmael.
Very nice. Kabisa. Mafuta imechemka sasa. Tilia kitunguu saumu na masala.
Now, from my initial assumption, I thought this was a match that could be done in about maybe 3 hours. But it has already been played for more than 2 hours, and I don't think 1 hour is enough because of the tactics of Ishmael. Of course, this is a big game. You can't blame anybody for applying any tactics that they believe will help them win the match. Such matches are won first in the mind before being played in the body. The mind game of Ishmael is strong even in safeties. This time, Dulla responds to safety with safety. Ishmael says he's snookered. Umpire Julie permits him to play off the cushion. off the cushion and another cushion into the yellow.
There you have it. There you have
it. Just one shot is enough.
No, men don't do one shot. 3 shots is enough. Men don't do one shot.
Of course, he'll play with the intention not to pot. Just plays the yellow a little into the black. Now it's a chance, a real chance, this one, for Dulla to finish, because the cue ball is just there for Dulla to pot 1 red. And once he does, pot red, which is in the middle of the 3 reds close to cue ball. The other 2 remain in space, and look at the yellow at that corner pocket. There is some space between it and the jaw for Dulla to pass any of the other reds. That's why he's playing to pot and to make sure. He knows Ishmael lost it a little in his defensive play. And Dulla is the guy that has been really going for the game and has another chance to go for yet another. He does not want Ishmael to get worryingly close. To make it 13-14, that is so worrying for Dulla, for a guy of Ish's experience, to come within 1 frame, and yet they are about just under 15 frames to play. He could pot black prematurely here. That is quite lucky. He did exactly what he intended, but it was so close to a very fatal mistake. And Ishmael knows that after that, the frame is Dulla. And we'll be putting the last red on the table. It is cuttable. The cue ball naturally is played into the yellow, and it remains as safe can be. And the rest is a formality. The kind of black Dulla is playing, I normally say even Francis Mokwekwe can pot. Abdallah Hussein 15 and Ishmael Mtetwa 12 after 27 frames, race to 21. Ish needing to win 9, Dulla needing to win 6 out of the remaining 15. It's perhaps 14 frames to go. We have to be sure who owns the break. The umpire says, Ishmael, it is your break. He will use as little power as possible. He will want the splits to be as little as possible. He's leaving the table open. Is just ensuring that he doesn't have a good split of the balls, make it as difficult as it can be for Dulla to take the frame away with ease. Of course, it is some kind of cowardice that I have to say. It is some kind of surrendering that man, in terms of the offensive side of the game, you are outmatching him. Of course, Ishmael has been the better tactician. It is just the previous frame that he played too much defense but did not get to win. Bobby Ndovu, thank you for watching. Not appreciating Ish's game plan. The game plan is tactic ahead of technique. He's playing a lot in the mind. He wants the frame to be as tight as possible, where he needs to outthink his opponent. He's trusting his brain more than his hands. It is that simple. Here we go.
Finish him.
This is critical shooting here as Ishmael pots. I doubt that he will play to pot this time round. He has turned himself now quite unpredictable. He plays to occupy corner pocket with his yellow.
Sawa, mpekenywe tu. Mpekenywe mwanetu huyo.
Hapo ndio.
Our location, dear viewers, is Jamlock Sports Bar and Restaurant. You are watching a professional gambling match between Ishmael Mtetwa and Abdallah Hussein of Tanzania. Ish is South African. The Tanzanian is the guy that is having a 15-frame lead. And the worth of the match is $3,000 US. It can go either way. Abdallah needs to match exactly what Ishmael is doing. He just doesn't have to lose consecutive frames, and that will be enough for him to win as long as they share the remaining frames. In a race where Ishmael has decided to change tactics, simply play defense throughout the course of action. As long as it is his break, he will no longer be splitting the balls very much. Of course, Dulla will be worried of the yellow and red piled up together close to the black, which makes his own ball a dead ball. It's being supported so fondly. Because for the corner pocket, his intention was to play the cue ball into those yellows and black, which didn't exactly work out, but at least he has spotted a very critical ball. And he couldn't go for this one, because if he puts red to the side pocket on the right, the red that is now in between the three that are rightwards is portable by connection to play red into red to the corner pocket bottom left. If he leaves it at an angle where he can open up another, then he can go for the frame. He's perhaps choosing even better. Play two reds and put them to the side pocket on the right. It has a relatively big cut on it between white and red, and will be playing the cue ball into the yellows of Ishmael. He puts the wrong ball in attempting to split up the frame. It was a little too unfortunate that the Tanzanian has spotted white, and the frame is now heavily poised in favor of the South African, who is playing yellow into red for a free shot with the aim to put red, which is parked at the corner pocket bottom. If you're watching on Facebook, it is the corner pocket on the left, perhaps on the right. Just around the same time tomorrow, it will be Ishmael taking on Kasozi. Thereafter, on Saturday and Sunday, it will be 2 rematches of both games that were happening, including this and tomorrow's. Even more reason for you to keep awake, to keep us company. The Tanzanian players traveled a very long distance. You can check on your map, distance between Dar es Salaam and Nairobi. They started their journey yesterday morning and only arrived in Nairobi this morning. It is that far. There has been a foul. With Abdallah Hussein, at least in body language and facial expression, seemingly out of sorts. Another chance for Ishmael to win yet another frame. To make it 13 out of 28, he has every chance. For a few shots, he's playing Abdallah's red. He may want to play it dead off the cushion, close to yet another cushion. Not a dead ball, it is left in space, but for Ishmael, it won't matter much because all he needs is to finish his own yellows and then the black and then win the frame and then come within one more of his opponent, Dulla. Now the red close to black, sorry, it is the yellow close to black, portable to the side pocket on the right. The cue ball to follow the yellow just a little, and the 2 yellows to be potted to the same corner pocket bottom left. It's perhaps the top left cushion. This one seems gone. Abdallah got a very, very big chance of winning the frame, a chance that he really misused, and he knows that Ishmael will not be letting him back on the table again. He will be potting black and will be recording a 13th, and this time round again Ishmael's tactics pay off in the battle. It is Ish 13 and Dulla 15.
I want to shop alive.
Yes, Podge.
How are you, my brother?
I'm all right, my brother.
There's something I keep telling people.
All right.
The reason why this guy is called Dehad. You're a pool historian and of anthropology of pool.
All right.
Is it those moments why Ishmael proved himself, why he's called Dehad? He never dies. Because
He
the
never
gap was
dies.
so big.
The gap was so big, it was 6 frames at one time, actually 7 frames at one time. Now it is just 2, and those 2 can as well disappear in thin air. You can see Dulla is kind of out of sorts.
And tell me, I've been watching Dulla's races in Tanzania against Kasozi and other top players. And apparently, Dulla is not a strong player on the finishing. The home
Yes,
he's very
he
weak on the
starts very well, but
Yes.
at the business end of the game, that is sometime when he loses his pattern. It's something that his management needs to work on.
Could this history repeating itself in this?
I'm afraid for him. I have to say I'm afraid for him, but I'm not saying he's losing. He still can win. Maybe he needs another timeout or something, because even when he went for timeout, he's just not having his mind in one place. You can see it all over his face when he's playing. Also, some of the shots he's losing, you know that something is not well in his mind.
And apparently the Tanzanians, there are so many, almost 15, 16 Tanzanian top players that were here. They are making a lot of noise, but
Now they are
very
silent.
quiet.
They are very quiet.
Probably they know the story of the Dulla and long races.
Dulla and long races, exactly.
All right. Now, tell me, I've seen so many contingent of Tanzanian players. Apparently, Kenya is converging. Maybe they're waiting only for the Zambians and the Zimbabweans to come.
There's one Zambian coming. That is Rohit Kabwe.
Okay.
One Malawian.
Okay.
Kamau, Stanford Ginte.
All right.
And then hopefully, I know the rumor that Michana could be throwing in a big 16-man comp. And also other money matches that are coming. So Nairobi is the center of activity for African pool now. If you are not in Kenya, be in Kenya at least online. Another frame has been won by Ishmael. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since the first frame, the lead of the Tanzanian is just one frame. The only time that Hussein was leading with only one was after one frame played when the score was 1-0. As I speak, as we go into frame number 30, it is Ishmael Mteto 14 and Abdallah Hussein 15 raised to 21. On the YouTube stream, Adam Agaba is asking when Caesar is playing Ishmael. It will not be anytime soon because Caesar's management team could not get a flight. There is no. He went with Egyptian Air, and the earliest flight that comes from China to Uganda, because they couldn't book a new flight. They could only change the date for their original flight, and the earliest flight from China, where Caesar currently is, was on the 28th. And considering that his flight to the UK is on the 1st, there's no way he can come from China on the 28th, perhaps reach his country on the 29th, then proceed to Kenya, then play, and then go to the UK on the 1st. It just doesn't happen that way. So the matches involving Caesar and Ishmael for now are off. But the two could face off later in the year. Who knows? For now, Ishmael is taking on Hussein now. So out of sorts is the Tanzanian. It's written all over his body. And if he doesn't win, this one will be a very painful defeat. And the other players want a piece of him, notably the Ugandans, Ibra and Ian. They just said they've had too much of Ishmael. They are tired of facing the same guy, and they feel that it is very relieving that they now have other guys with whom they can have matches. And that is the Tanzanian contingent that also has Amadeus, Saif, Jackson and Sami, of course, as well as Dulla. And the Alo Stores on the YouTube stream asking something about the umpire. The umpire is a player. Only today she's doing umpiring duties. Also back in her country, Uganda, she's a player. She's as well having a tour of Kenya. She has so far played 3 money matches against some of the better Kenyan players and has so far won them all. Today she was meant to have another match at the venue, and then the match was called off. Will be rescheduled between herself and PR. That's perhaps why she was chosen, because she does some officiation back at home, and of course she was free. And of course the benefit of neutrality, that neither she is South African nor is she Tanzanian. 15-14, frame number 30. As tactical can be.
Weka mawe. Weka mawe. Weka mawe. Yes.
Dulla will have to match Ishmael's defense play, at least in this frame, or else we will be having level scores for the first time in the match. If Ishmael wins this ongoing frame, it will be an official race to 6 for $3,000 that we will be having shortly. Judge Ndungu is asking if the umpire is single. The answer is no, she's not. If you watched the match where Kayanja Ibra had started someone with +7 and then lost, I did stream it about 3 weeks ago on this very page. You know the story. Emmanuel Muzengedede asking if Fikoti is coming. There's no confirmation that Fikoti is coming, but who knows? He only wants confirmation of matches that has not yet been done. But if there is confirmation, he could come.
And
yes, so yes, Podge.
I've just confirmed with the director of this place,
Simba Nimoja.
He's saying he's ready to do the Super 16 amongst the Tanzanian, the Ugandan, the Malawian, the Zambians, the South African players who are available, and the Kenyan players. At the same time, he's saying even a team event he can do. So
yeah, because
they'll do the acts together, the players.
Yes, a Super 16 non-comp would be so beautiful. It will have players from about 5 countries.
All right.
And then a team event, of course the Tanzanians, the Ugandans are now 5 again after Kasozi coming. And then if we can have 2 Kenya teams, then we can have a semi-final and a final, and it will be very joyous to watch.
What about this interesting dimension, the African players who have gone to Nigeria? They could also come on Nigerian side. Jita will be playing for Nigerian, and apparently
like big girls.
Gana will be playing a big girls.
Is Gana coming here?
No, it's not confirmed, but I'm trying to say, supposing they came together.
If they came, then we could have a very they could play as big girls, because big girls has now, if he can raise a full team of players for himself.
Oh, he's a top. There's a promoter. Who is this guy? Big girls. Maybe
you are going to see him here in the next 2 days.
He'll be around,
and he will meet you. And he will be as he'll want to meet that Podge who was asking about him.
All right, I'll interview him.
Yeah,
I'm a very strong interviewer. I'll interview him.
And you'll have to tell him that you had started with Ishmael +16 and still lost.
I don't fear losing. In life, you lose sometimes, you win sometimes. Like you just lost to me. Can you confirm to the viewers that I beat you?
You beat me, sir.
Yes.
You can celebrate till morning. 15-14 for understandable reasons. This is a very, very, very slow frame. Both of these guys love it so much. It is the one for Ishmael that will confirm his comeback complete, because the scores will be level. For Hussein, he does not want Ishmael to be at level par with him. He's just getting to play some of the reds to safety. And disappointingly, the red almost got back to the same position it was before the last shot was played. Maybe at some point the umpire may as well come in to remind the players that they have to play, they have to pot balls as well. Jamlock Sports Bar and Restaurant, our venue. Ishmael, South Africa versus Dulla, Tanzania, our opponents. 21, the rest, 3,000 US dollars the pot. 15-14 the current score.
And the ladies and the women do we have to separate voices, man.
The frame is almost finally open, most especially for Ishmael to take the frame and equalize for what will be the very first time in the match.
Come on, man. Nice, very nice, very nice.
His positional play of the cue ball can sometimes mean to be very worth looking at. And should he win this match, especially after the big fight he's putting up, you will see the mother of celebrations here. He just pumps himself up. Whatever he does is being celebrated by the Kenyans. Of course, is now Kenyan managed. And the Kenyans, inspired by Ishmael, have now silenced the Tanzanians almost entirely. What he needs is to spot the yellow, avoid contact between white and red as it moves close to black. No contact between white and red. It may contact the pocket. Yes, it does. Maybe it could be a sign of destiny. And as far as where the match is headed, it was so close to being an equalizer for Ishmael. Now it is even closer to Abdallah Hussein having a 2-frame lead. He will want to play red into red by connection, pot one red to the side pocket on the right, and with the back spinning of the cue ball, and misses. He's just out of sorts, but this time he just survives, while Ishmael has sight of the black. In a straight shot, it is not portable anywhere. Even the sharpest of cuts will not have it into the side pocket, but wants to play it off the right cushion. He almost did something very special, but it is not special enough. The chance, call it half a chance for Dulla. He has to compose himself here. May want to pot, then play the cue ball into another red. He's just potted normally. At one point in the match, he needs the cue ball at the top end of the table, where the would be bird of the 4 reds is positioned now. A live streaming of this action is Rock and Shoot Blitz YouTube, Peter Chebe Live YouTube, Channel Podcast YouTube, as well as Break and Finish Live Facebook. And is rightly leaving a cut between white and red. It is only natural that the cue ball, if he puts red, moves the entire length of the table upwards, where he exactly needs it. Here is the shot. Yes, he puts. White is playing the entire length of the table. This will be okay. Just the Tanzanian fans will be celebrating this. This one will be some kind of confidence booster for Abdallah if he does get to win. It will be so devastating if he lost. If Ishmael had equalized now, if Ishmael is to equalize, maybe it will be later in the match, because now Dulla has the easiest spot of the black, which will assist him get to the magic figure 16, because after 16 he now needs to win 5 frames of play out of the remaining 12 to confirm victory. Abdallah Hussein 16, Ishmael Mtetwa 14, 2 minutes timeout. Hussein.
Ana kisu. Come on, Hussein. Come on, Julie. Come on, umpire. Umpire, Julie.
I'm soon getting tired.
Really? You want substitution?
Let me finish it.
Excuse me. I've been told that you should be playing in these games. Now that you played, the one that you played that guy.
Who are sorry that I don't pay them?
You played about the boss that said that you should be playing.
Which boss have you asked?
Games.
But I talked to the other guy who was seated there. He told me it's on the house.
He's the one who said.
Then I'll pay you after you wait. Not now.
Listen, I'm about to leave. My shift is over.
I don't have money here now. So that's why I've told you wait for the game to get over. Where did the 8 games come from?
The ones who played in
In the afternoon. I was warming up for my game with the guy.
I have asked, I have consulted, I have told you.
But the other guy told you to open for me the table. You wait for Toby to come.
There's no problem. No, I'm just, I'm consulting.
That's why I'm telling you, wait for Peter to come.
Iko sawa kabisa hiyo. Bado iko sawa.
Ten to go, 10 frames, 11 at most. A maximum of 11 frames to go, including this one. One thing you may quickly observe is the difference in breaking style of the players. Dulla wanting the break to be as big as possible. Ishmael wanting the break to be as minimal as possible for him, as long as he doesn't foul, as long as there are two balls that cross. He wants a pile up of reds and yellows and black at the black spot as big as possible. We are seeing failure by Dulla to close the table. We are seeing a chance by Ishmael to take another. It is one of those moments where the yellows are free, the table is open, but the incoming player will never ever go for the yellows. Especially because of the yellow that is in front of 3 reds that occupy the area around the corner pocket bottom left. Machakos County, our venue, Jamlock Sportsman Restaurant. Machakos is the county, sorry, Jamlock is the venue. Entry is absolutely free. Action in Nairobi, I expect it to happen even busier than it has been for the last 2 weeks that has been on. This time it's going to be even busier because there are a lot more players. For the past 2 weeks, it has been someone playing against Ishmael. Today, from today and on, it is going to be different players against each other, against one another. 4 Ugandans, 5 Tanzanians, and then 1 South African diehard. Now this one should be big for Dulla. Of course, he'll be playing the yellow. That is rightward of the two, wanting to put it to the corner pocket, bottom right. With top spin for the cue ball to follow the yellow all the way. He needs full sight of the will be remaining yellow on the table. The one that is in between 5 reds. Not only does he need to play the shot right, at one point he has to put that yellow, the dead yellow again. For Dulla, this is the moment of truth. He needs to find a way of putting the remaining yellow on the table, either by bank or a sharp cut to the side pocket. Goes for the bank, off two cushions, off another. How good, how good? Will it be in or not? So close, not close enough. Ishmael jumps off the chair. He knows it is now his frame to win or lose. He knows it is very crucial at this time to utilize each and every opportunity as it comes. Win a frame and another and another. He still needs to win 7 Ishmael, while his opponent needs to win 5 out of 11.
You never die. You never die.
The South African diehard going for a 15th. Oh no! He's conceding the frame. He has missed big. That one will be so disappointing to himself and his fans and South Africa and Zimbabwe. For Dulla, that will be very joyous. It is now start making himself once again the favorite for the victory, because he's just in need of 4 more out of 10 for the victory. It is Ishmael 14 and Hussein 17.
Peter Chope.
Yes, coach.
Why did Ishmael start with that ball? That was so risky. Ishmael, that was a lift from him.
It's a frame he should never have lost. And he gets to change his break, and he's breaking dry. The little benefit serving is that the cue ball is so close to the cushion. As a choice of shot, Dulla may have to be tempted to play the yellow that is at the top end of the table on the right, portable to the corner pocket, top left, sorry, not top right.
But still, on the last frame, Peter Chope, I'm so shocked. How did he play that? What was his choice? How did he choose that ball as a first ball? Because
maybe he just did not give the shot enough time, because it was there to be potted. It was not a difficult ball to pot. He just became complacent.
But the position of the black ball, the pressure,
the pressure of the
he
position
should
of the
have been a bit more cautious.
Yeah, and the fact that he has charged this break, that moment has put him under too much pressure. And if Dulla gets to win this, because these are the frames he has been winning from the onset of the match, he has been, in a sense, the better attacking player. He was able to establish a big lead from the start, and there have been very scary moments of Ishmael equalizing, but for most of the time, somehow, Dulla has recovered.
Now, apparently, one interesting factor in this race is Ishmael deploying his touch speciality. And it's worked for him, because he pulled 3-4 frames because of touch. Do you think this is it's time to deploy that strength? Because Ishmael is very, very strong, one of the strongest players in Africa.
And in the tactical sense of the game, Dulla is not even anywhere close.
So this is the time for him to deploy that.
Yes,
it's now or never.
It is his chance, because if you're taking on an opponent as good as Dulla in offense, and he's having a frame of a lead of 3 frames, you don't want the frames to be open. You want the game to be as close as possible. Then you hope that you can outthink them, then beat them, pull one back, then another. Before you know, the opponent catches pressure, and can be anybody's game back.
You're very right. But just as a historian, these two players, have they played against each other?
In my memory, no. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't remember them facing off against each other in a money match. They just face off in team events where it's just one frame.
One thing I know also, the rivalry between South Africa and Uganda is quite massive and big. Is any stress of rivalry between Tanzania and South Africa?
Yes, South Africa is the envy. I'll use the word of all countries, because for like 2 decades South Africa has been the yardstick. You measure yourself regarding how good when you are taking on South African players. That is how it has always been. There are so many reasons for a Tanzanian to try and beat a South African. For instance, in the last 2 editions of the African Championships, South Africa has been number 1 and Tanzania number 2. So that rivalry is always there. Both, and it is very prestigious for a player from any country to beat a South African player, because nowadays the gap between South Africa and the rest of Africa has grown smaller and smaller, and players like Hussein want to demonstrate that. I can tell you, 10 years ago, it was very rare for any player anywhere in the continent to take on a South African player in a full race and try and beat him.
But to make it very quick and short, it's a Ugandan beating a South African is apparently more dramatic than a Tanzanian beating a South African, in my opinion.
Most especially on social media, most of the buzz is between South Africans and Ugandans. That is for social media. And of course, the Ugandans and South Africans, it is more buzz on social media. That's always true. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Back to this table. I think Ishmael has a chance. Ishmael has a big chance to pull this one up, because with this quality, all those red balls are going in.
Because if he's to stand any chance of winning this match, chances like this one, he has to utilize them. And perhaps yes, he's utilizing this one. Perhaps yes, he's going to make it 15. Needs all the composure. Of course, he has the composure. He has all the skill, has all the class. More importantly, has better temperament than his opponent. He will be having the belief that yes, this one he can win, that he can take down Hussein. He can bring himself back within 2 frames. Can continue with what has been a comeback that came under threat by Hussein, who won 2 frames in a row when Ishmael was a much dominant player in the last hour of play. He has a red portable to the side pocket on the right. All the other reds are in pretty good space. Same applies to the black. Dulla can only wait.
Times like this, you need to just play one shot at a time. You don't need to do fancy shots. You just have to play one shot at a time.
Play the most effective shot that gives you the best chance of winning the frame.
Because both sides makes mistakes in these scenarios. But if you are left with so many balls and your balls are disoriented, the other person will take advantage and punish you. So this is the time Ishmael should just play one shot at a time.
One at a time. Pot one, get it in just like that. Another shot to be played with pretty much the same exact skill, the same potting to the side pocket on the left. Again, a little backspin, just like that. He may as well need another shot of similar quality. Put the last red on the table to the corner pocket, bottom left, with again a little backspin.
Come on, man.
As he's cheered by the Kenyans. The fight for him is about the money. For Dulla, it's about beating Ish, most especially that Ish is South African.
Now, just telling, initially I was telling the viewers and the spectators, I was telling them, how about that? But still not very easy. Do you think he'll bank it?
Yeah, we'll go for the bank. Of course, the bank is both offense and defense. Because after the cue ball is played into the side pocket, it bounces off the 2 top cushions, then move bottomwards. Even if he doesn't put the black, he will not give the cue ball away. But he does put the black. He does win the frame. He does pull one back. Ish 15 and Dulla 17.
Chobe, sorry to say this, but they have read that shot. Why don't you put it on the table? Because the way I beat you just 3 hours ago, if you read your game that you read this one,
You are so much stronger than me, sir. I give up.
you can only put Francis, I think so. Francis, I think, is a fish for you.
That one any day, anytime, any day.
So I think going forward, wherever you are, Evans Okacha, William Soko, Francis Mkwekwe.
But the big case
Sam.
is sponsoring another race between myself and Francis.
Oh, that's
$200 for the winner.
When is it? Is it in Kenya?
He said anytime I meet Francis. So the only way Francis
Why can't you
not lose is to ensure that I don't meet him anymore.
Why can't you organize some ticket for Francis to come to Kenya in the course of next week so that he come and plays you, because that will be a very interesting match.
The ticket is actually more than the 200.
It's okay. Oh no.
Asante sana.
So that will be a very interesting match. Francis Mokwe against
Francis is the usual loser of that one.
all right. But all right, I'll chip in. I can also chip in something. If Francis Mokwe can come in, I'll chip in something to make the race a bit more interesting. I'll maybe sell one of my cows so that you guys can play, because you make it an interesting vibe in the pool.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Just make it bigger.
But back to this table, the margin is too squeezed. And in my opinion, Ishmael has been the squeezer. He's been squeezed because the range was quite big in the initial.
The one critical thing that Dulla has been successful at, even if for the last 1 hour Ishmael has been the better player, Dulla has not accepted Ishmael to equalize. That is very, very crucial. Your opponent can be winning consecutive frames, he can be having the psychological edge on his side, but the scores have always been Dulla leading. That is something crucial that Yazan now wants to play combination shooting here. Both yellow and red. And he perhaps wanted to utilize some little space between the yellow and the cushion.
I'm very sorry, Chore. This I've been following is big matches, money matches, the long races against the international players, Dulla. And we said it in the beginning, saying some time back. Apparently, it breaks down towards the end, and it's been playing so well. And now that shot, that was
hopefully he just doesn't lose it, because now this is the business end of the game.
Yes.
When the match is just starting, you can afford to throw away some frames, some shots. Now you cannot, because whoever will be taking the $3,000, it's going to be determined now, and it's a lot of money. In Tanzanian money, it is about million sabaya Tanzania.
And apparently
that means 7 million shillings.
And apparently
Tanzanian money.
And what is interesting is the chances of a rematch in this one, these two players, is very high. But you see, when you go to a rematch, when you've lost, you are starting at a disadvantage. So the winner here,
even when you win, you only get back your money.
Exactly.
You're not having any profit. And then your opponent has the boost of trying to take more from you. It's more motivating.
Exactly. So the winner here will have an advantage going forward to the rematch.
And the rematch will be happening on Saturday at Mchana.
All right. Oh, that's gonna be big one.
Yeah.
We shall be there.
And then tomorrow, Ishmael and Kasozi here.
That will be a crack and a half.
Then Kasozi versus Ishmael rematch at Mchana on Sunday.
All right. Wow.
So we are
too much pool.
We are covered. We are okay.
Too much pool. Yeah. Too much pool. What in other words, Evans or catches onwards.
Evans has sent me drinks, sir.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tell him, please. I'm also needing a drink. Evans or catch wherever
Evans
you are.
Podge needs some drink, and his drinks are normally harder.
No, I'm just only human.
Yeah.
This diversity of life.
Yeah.
Some will take soft drinks and some will take hard drinks. So really,
you are the only guy that can take hard drinks and still commentate so well.
No, it's okay. It's just maybe because of my age and experience, but trust me.
Experience in what?
But back to this table.
Yeah.
I think it's looking interesting for Ishmael. He might pull this one. He might, because he's gotten a natural white. You see the natural cue ball?
Yeah,
if he posts that one, it's a natural cue ball.
He may decide to play the cue ball into the red. Then the cue ball remains at that same spot where red is. Then he'll
he has too many options. He has two options, I think. He has two options. He has two options. He'll drive it. Oh no! Overthinking.
There was a lot of spin on the cue ball. Now, when you apply too much spin, you affect your ability to pot.
You know, Chobe, I always believe this game is 60% mental.
Yeah.
So if you ever think you interfere with the 60%,
yes, it was over elaborative.
Yes. Just need to play one shot at a time, because that one was just in it was with its quality. Wherever the white ball went, you could have plotted that ball.
Yes. Anyway, the QBL could have said. So if he doesn't win this frame, he'll be guilty. Ishmael, supposed to be the most senior player at this stage of the match, is the one supposed not to be committing unforced errors.
And he'll be very demoralized indeed.
Yeah.
Now look at that. If you can go and follow, look at that. So there's a gun base. If it was look at the defensive ball. Oh, that's very look at that. Look at that. He's given this guy an opportunity, but also no, that's not one of the best.
I think he's forcing his opponent to clear the reds and then lose the frame.
No, that's the yellow might go in. Just check. The yellow might go in. Look at that. The yellow might go in. The yellow might. But overthinking.
It was always going to be a very difficult shot, but
overthinking.
What he needed is to play the yellow into red close to the yellow, so one yellow could probably have gone in.
Trust me, in that scenario, Fikoti or Allen Joseph will have potted that yellow ball.
All right, 17 frames to 15, and now this is looking like maybe realistically speaking, the last chance for Ishmael to try and win this frame if he can make something out of the shot he's playing now. And also certain the bank can go in off the left cushion into the right.
Not really. I think he'll put the white ball those sides. He'll take the white ball far away. No, I don't think that. Okay, still okay. But in my perspective, you'll have taken the white ball as far as possible.
Yeah, that's effective. But even what he has played also will not be a bad shot.
Might work for now. Yeah. Because there is all those balls are snookered apart from this one. It's snookered, so there's one ball. He's playing that.
The one that is in the middle.
Oh, then it's dangerous. If you can pot that ball, then it's not looking good for Ishmael. Oh, this one is gone.
Good whatsoever.
This frame is gone.
And whom do you think the Kenyan fans generally are supporting?
Certainly Ishmael. Ishmael has been living here for some time. He's been here. He's been mingling with people.
He's called Mheshimiwa.
We call him Karanja. He's called himself Karanja now.
Ishmael Karanja Mtetwa.
The Kenyans will love Ishmael to win. The Kenyans. He's been here for some time. He's a lovable guy. He's very friendly.
He's very vibrant.
Yeah, very vibrant.
He's the one guy I like to see when he wins.
Yes, and Kenyans love him a lot. Yes, the same way Kenyans love you.
Dulla's got it absolutely wrong here.
I think going back to the same basic one shot at a time in this scenario. They are tired. They're human beings. They are tired.
Play the most effective shot.
They are tired. They're human beings. They're tired. So in this scenario, just play one shot at a time. You get a chance. You look for a mistake or two, and you do the needful. But on this one now, and he's putting himself under pressure.
Dulla sits down. He knows he has lost the frame. Ishmael is within one frame of the equalizer. Viewers, it is now 16 for Ishmael and 17.
I wonder who's breaking. It's very important who's breaking.
Must be Ishmael.
Oh, it might go for a defensive break. I'm almost 70% sure he's going to go defensive break.
He has only lost one frame where he has played defense. Right. Just one.
Is there any funny or interesting comment from our viewers? And because these are without the viewers and the guys online, we are not happy and will not be there because these are people who support us through the night.
They are the ones whom we are streaming. Why would we be streaming when nobody's watching? Looks like Ishmael has abandoned the defensive break. He's deciding that the best way to win
is going for it.
Going for it.
I think he's going for the red all the thing. The yellows look very good, but now
he doesn't have a ball to put with ease.
There's no option for him. Either go for red or he holds.
Going for red is quite risky in my opinion. He's going for the yellows. Yellow off red. He went in direct. Almost got to pot the cue ball. His fans celebrated as though he's potting black. They know the chance is finally here for Ishmael to equalize in the match. The last time the scores were level was before a ball was potted. When it was 0-0. That's the last time the scores were level.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at Jamlock. Jamlock is one of the top avenues and revenues and places for pool, and we are having it here, Fanning. I'm just next to a very top Kenyan lady player, McKenna. McKenna, what's your opinion so far in this?
My goodness. Ishmael has so far been employing a tactical approach that has so far worked, slowing down Dulla, and Dulla has been slowed down, and it's working for Ishmael. Quite a performance. Very painful for Ishmael to have lost that white ball on the scratch when he could have equalized 15-15, but it is well. The equalize is coming. Watch, keep watching. This is very entertaining. This guy is actually making us laugh. Almost scratching like this, playing with expression like this, like that, yeah? Almost comedy, cinema. Love it.
All right. Okay. Just to ask you a straight question, McKenna, who has upper hand so far in this race?
Ishmael has the upper hand. He's taking more time.
He's looking more comfortable and more rigid, eh?
Yes, more time. And he knows the table better.
All right. Thank you. That's McKenna, one of our top Kenyan ladies player. Is very, very, very lovely, very lovable, very, very sociable. And anytime, any lady in South Africa, any lady in Tanzania, any lady in Uganda, if you want to meet a challenge in McKenna, she's ready.
Come on.
All right. Thank you, Chobe. It's getting more interesting indeed. But probably... How about that?
This one has to be big now. He has played the big shot. The next one has to be bigger. That is pot yellow to the corner pocket bottom right. Then move the cue ball to the entire top end, the length of the table to the top end. That is right spin, but moves bigly backwards off the cushion. Looks okay. Intercepted by the red, but it works. Celebration is set only for the equalizer. For the South African. It is 17-17.
That's the turning point. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big crowd here. People are shouting. People are crazy. Wow, what an evening here we're having here.
Mr. Tobando, what did I tell you, Mr. Tobando? What did I tell you? The equalizer is coming. It is here. Now it is just not from here. It's a home run. Home run for our light team.
All right. The noise you're going to hear is just because of the proximity of Ishmael to the Kenyan fans. He's been here talking to them, eating with them for the last 7, 8 months. Ishmael has been in this country. So I think that's why he has a soft spot. The Kenyan fans have a soft spot for him, not really for nothing else, but they have a soft spot for Ishmael.
Who is more popular here between Ishmael and Ginte?
Ginte is still a Kenyan. It's called Kamau. It's called Kamau. Ishmael is called Njuguna. So I don't understand Ginte, but they hardly play. I think normally the games are normally very complicated. They play, but without the cycle of playing, because they're great friends, by the way. They're great friends.
Yeah?
Yes, they're great friends on the table, and the shooting style is also very good as well. But let's wait and see. This is finishable for Ishmael. Look at that. With the standard and quality of Ishmael shooting, I think the red balls, all of them are going in.
If he wins the frame, currently with this visit of the table, it will be the first time in the match that the South African will be leading. He has not led at all. There is a reason, like I normally say, that he's called the die-hard. You just don't beat him and go. You just don't take a lead and hope that you're winning. The only time you know you are winning is after putting the last black of the match. Otherwise, as long as he still has a chance on the table, this guy is a diehard, and Abdullah Hussein is just about now discovering that. Coming closer. Now with 5 reds on the table, the 2, perhaps 3 that at the bottom end should by Ishmael be played last.
Yes, I am. We have to separate boys from men.
This one will be critical. How good will the cue ball be? That is not small skill, ladies and gentlemen. It's like a pressure ball, which after bouncing off the cushion, just lost pressure. Too much skill, having drag effect on it, preventing its big movement. But then, there has just been that miss that Ishmael is having, despite for spells of the match playing very well. I think Hussein will be fancying his chances here.
I may have exhausted my bundles. Really? Because I had 8 gigs. I don't know if it's enough. Let me connect it. It's live. I have 40 It's buffering a lot. Full of pressure. Come on, Dulla. Okay, connect to the technical. It's again Dulla. You had connected there. You have Dulla. You have it. I had connected it sometime back. So now it should be good.
Come on, Ishmael.
Now I have to bring it in the other phone. The Facebookers, because it was this one which was hotspotting them. So those ones are definitely off.
Make sure, son. Thank you. Let me bring because Facebook does not need any advertisement. Yeah, it's okay. Just need to ensure that Facebook is
You never die. You never die. And when you die, we will wake up again.
Soko sembera. Ndiga iwe meza. Ate namba bwate bagambe mu bisasubire coins za.
Bili bya mwanza.
Nziriza nawo minzenga ngenda zanya gundi PR.
Yeah.
Tunawo minzenga ngenda zanya PR nazo bazikase. Ate nagayi ya mugambi ansikulire we mbizi.
Azili ne bya mawo. Naweza muzanyo zose zitu bya kwogera nayo kama
Yeah, correct.
Ishmael, eyo gemu yakunanga kuleta ya sente.
banga yasipozanya nayo bisomo.
So
Very nice.
Otherwise, a maximum of 6 frames. That is at very maximum. I believe in the next 30 minutes we shall be having a winner. It's Abdallah Hussein leading against Ishmael Mtetwa by 18 frames to 17. This race to 21 is for $3,000 US. I rated way back. Way back. For those that have been having issues in the audio, please accept our apologies. Otherwise, we are having a race to 21 between Ishmael Mteto of South Africa and Abdullah Hussein of Tanzania, racing to 21 for $3,000 US. Amidst the fear of not knowing what is happening next, amidst a match that has been having a lot of unforced errors, but also lots of clearances, lots of drama, lots of very good breaks and very bad breaks, and defensive breaks and offensive breaks, and everything that there is to happen in a match of this magnitude. South Africa's Ish has a chance to equalize for yet another time. Only once have the scores been level, when it was perhaps 15 frames, 16 frames over. But it's going to be level scores again. You get a feeling the die-hard will want to put yellow to the corner pocket top right, then black to the corner pocket side right for what will be his equalizing frame. Backspin moves the keyboard leftwards, just like that. Couldn't have been played it any better than that. Everybody knows, including Abdullah himself, that this frame is won by Ishmael. The majority of the crowd are an Ishmael crowd. 36 frames played. Ishmael 18, Abdullah Hussein 18. Race to 21, 5 frames to go.
Where is Amanda? Who is Amanda? Who is Amanda?
Here we are, with Hussein getting to break big, watching one red. This is a test now of Abdullah Hussein's mental character. Of course, I want to believe that his team, that are snipers, have always been cancelling him. He's a very good player, I don't doubt. But somehow, in many long races, as long as he doesn't lead big at the business end of the game, when he plays for 3 hours plus, he just loses it for whatever reason. And the table remains open. So of course the Tanzanian to play it is very tricky. Of course he knows that if he doesn't go for the frame now, maybe his opponent will. He will play not to pot. He leaves it for Ishmael to decide which color he'll want to play. Which color do you think he may have to go with, Poj?
Red balls looks very nice. I think he'll go for the red balls, but only if he's sure of one pot. If he's sure, but I think Ishmael will try to hold it a little bit for just one more time.
There's going to be another frame that will take the whole night. About 2 frames have been played. Very slow, maybe 3, maybe 4 actually, quite more.
But you said it severally in this session. You said it severally that in these touch scenarios, Ishmael is one of the strongest players
in his own league here.
Yeah, this one is like.
Which other touch players in Africa do you know that are masters of the touch game?
Must be a Zambian or a Zimbabwean.
Oh,
I don't know.
You know Moses Mafia?
Oh, Mafia is a good friend of mine. But then he beat me. You give me a.
Oh, you give him the touch game and see.
What do you think? What do you think?
He's just closed the table. He's playing yellows and can go for this one. It's a bit tricky, but yes, he can. He can. He surely can.
Yes, he has to make sure. He has to make sure because the red balls are also finishable. So any mistake will be a disaster for the young Tanzanian.
He will want to play
touch
this time round.
Touch.
And you can't blame him for that.
Yeah,
he just wants to be absolutely sure that whatever he's doing is safe enough for him.
If this one, if this is touch scenario, and this is specialty of Ishmael, if you can pull this one, then certainly I can call the race.
You can call the race for Ish if he wins this ongoing frame. Actually, if he wins this frame, it will be the first time in the match that the South African will be in the lead. 18 frames apiece, a race to 21. That makes it a race to 3.
And the reason why, Chobe, the reason why I'm calling it because now Hussein has pulled Ish to his speciality. So let's test whether he still remembers his speciality. Let's wait and see because this is Ishmael's playground any day. But of late, I think the Tanzanian boy has also perfected a bit of touch, but we are just basing on the statistics on the ground. We are basing it on the scenarios we watched. We're basing it on so many fundamentals of the players. This touch scenario, it is normally Ishmael's specialty. So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see how he does it because this is the first time he has a chance, a big chance to be in front. And if he goes front, I think he'll put the Tanzanian under big pressure because if you look at those statistics, Hussein Dulla has not been very good on the international matches towards the end. He's been a bit vulnerable. So let's wait and see. This is now or never. He has to do it. He has no option. He has to do it. The Tanzanian Dulla has to do it. He's one of the most experienced Tanzanian players. He's been top in Tanzania for quite a number of years. He's been the big name. He's gone to China, he's gone to Morocco, he's gone to so many places in South Africa, so many cities. He's been there. How about that? How that was shot, ladies and gentlemen. That is good. Good recovery from Hussein Dulla. Ishmael is ringing the table. I think he's snookered. He just need to touch any of the red balls. Just touching will be enough. Because even those yellow balls, I doubt whether they're finishable. He just need to touch. He just need to touch. Yes. And he's done it so well. In my opinion, he's done it very well. Another touch from. Another touch. Oh, this is interesting. Chopping. Don't you think Ishmael can go for this ball now because he can go and connect that red ball towards the down pocket and then just go for the finish?
It's not possible. The red is almost touching the yellow. You must produce something special here, but it's a frame where because of the situation of the corner pocket bottom right, I just have a feeling that Dulla has somewhat a slight advantage. What Ishmael has in his favor is his mental strength at the end of such long races.
I said it. This is the tough of Ishmael over the years. And I want to tell you, if Ishmael pulls this one, don't blame me. I'm not a prophet, but I'll call it for Ishmael. If he can pull this frame,
if he can win this frame, of course he will be leading for the first time in the match.
Not about leading, but now he'll be in the right frame of mind.
Yeah, and Abdullah will be very disappointed in himself, most especially that sometimes his opportunities have been misused. On another day, he could already have won this race anyway. 18-18, dear viewers. Please keep us company for the next maybe 20 to 25 minutes. We shall clearly have a winner of this one. And tomorrow, it's going to be even more action. either equally exciting, if not more, between Ish and Kasozi.
Chobe, there's been a silent voice just next to us here. He's a good player, he's a live streamer, and he's a wonderful player. Jesse Mora, just give us your opinion.
Jesse Mora is a very, very important figure in the Kenyan game. A streamer, a commentator, someone whom I look forward to in lots of the stuff I do, most especially here in Kenya. Please say something to the viewers. That is Break and Finish Mchana Pool Club, Break and Shoot everywhere. We are streaming to perhaps more than 2,000 people. Just say something. Anything that you want to say, you fully deserve it, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Already morning.
We are already in the morning of Friday.
Yeah.
So you should be talking about later tonight is where we shall be seeing Kasozi against Ishmael. What I can say is that I am very delighted to have lots of action coming from Kenya. It is
Kenya
a part.
is now the center of attraction.
Well, it has suddenly become the center of attraction due to efforts made by a few individuals.
Yeah.
Most notably James Odede of Jamlock Pool Club.
All right. Very important to note.
Also, another guy who is also very instrumental in the efforts is JNM of Mchana Pool Club.
People just know him as chairman.
JNM chairman.
Yeah.
Those and also we cannot take it away from everyone else, even the players themselves who have helped in making or rather elevating Kenya to the level at which it is right now. So mine is just to thank everyone, the fans, the players, the sponsors, everyone who has put some effort to see the game of pool growing in Kenya. Big up to you and continue enjoying and supporting the game.
I just want to thank you in particular for always giving us the game from Kenya. The other day you were in Nakuru, I was watching from home. The other day we were in Mombasa. And Nairobi is so big, you move all around the place just to ensure that that whatever good stuff that the players on table, you always give it to us and in real time. I cannot thank you enough, Jesse.
Thank you so much, Chobe. Also, another thing you need to notice that in Kenya we have very quality tables, and I've just seen someone in the comment section saying that in Kenya you only need to give the specs of the table you want to play on, and it is purchased immediately.
Yeah.
Big up to Jamlock for having purchased the Optima black ball tables just to satisfy the players' demands that they were not comfortable playing at Jamlock because of the tables.
These guys are playing on quality.
Very nice. So
and it looks brand new. I hope I'm right.
Sure it is, and that goes without saying that the dedication is paramount. The efforts, the love for the game, it is evident in all aspects of the game in Kenya.
And in a way, it's also being reflected in the Kenyan national team. That is both ladies and men. For me, those two teams, the ladies and men, they are the most improved teams on the African continent, generally speaking.
Sure indeed.
And dear viewers, we are having at the right end of the match, the Tanzanian on the verge of taking frame number 37 away to himself, wanting to put black to the side pocket on the right. He has to take a very deep breath, of course. Confidence, not exactly on his side because he's not leading for what is the very first time since the start of action. He gets to have a very big fight of a frame and has won the fight of the frame, at least of that frame. He's raising his hands in the air in content of what he has just done. Even the Tanzanian fans, like you can hear, they are telling him that you can win the two more frames that you need to take the victory to Dar es Salaam. It is Ishmael Msetwa, guys, on 18 and Abdallah Hussein on 19 in a race to 21.
Mwekeni pesa. Watanzania mwekeni pesa. Yeye anakula hiki. Mweke pesa. No, mweke mawe. Kenya tunasema weka mawe.
There has been a scratch in frame number 39, perhaps frame number 38, and this one could be very, very, very wary. This is not where you get to break with a scratch. Ishmael having his hands on the table, contemplating a move that could win him a very, very, very critical frame. If he wins this with his visit of the table, if he needs to win 1 out of 3, you get a feeling he can and surely can. For himself, for snipers, for Tanzania.
That was unfortunate indeed. Just when he needed the break. Just when he needed the break right. Oh, the gods decided otherwise. The pool gods decided otherwise. But that was unfortunate indeed for Ishmael perspective.
And I want to believe that although Hussein has played so many money matches in Tanzania, he has taken on the likes of Jerry, has taken on the likes of Caesar, has taken on fellow Tanzanians, and then players from Zambia because of the influx of Zambian players into Tanzania. But if he wins this race, in my opinion, it will be the most special victory of them all. He's not in the Hussein, because he's not in the comfort of home. He's taking on a South African. He has not defeated the South African. He has lost to Ganda, I believe, twice when Jerry was in Tanzania about 3 years ago. He also lost to the likes of Caesar. So he has gotten some good results against Tanzanian players, especially. He has 1 victory against Kelvin. Against Zambian players. 1 victory against Kelvin and 1 victory against Reid, which is just a few days ago. But this one, should he win, will be more special than all of them. Because of the fight, both for the fight that Ishmael has put up, and which fight in that case Hussein will have stopped somewhere in the match, and of course for the fact that all the other races were either for $1,000 or $2,000 put. Now it is $3,000 US. Real money. Those guys gave that money to me to be rich for just 4 hours.
It's Chove Live. One thing I want to give an accolade to this Tanzanian Hussein, Dulla, is his resilience. He never gives up. This guy is the type of person. He has played. I've watched him play so many matches. You beat him, he appeals. You beat him, he appeals until one day.
That is why he's called the Tiger.
It's commendable in terms of a fighter. He's a fighter. He's an example of fighting.
He's tailor-made for this kind of game.
Exactly.
Not exactly the tournaments where they just beat you race to 7 and you're done.
No, he never runs away.
He's tailor-made for this kind of thing.
I've never seen him running away.
And I'm telling you, even if he's not programmed to play today, but if someone wants another game after this, he'll give them a game.
It's that time. But interestingly, Dahad is also the type of person who can play 3 races, 4 races in a night.
Dahad can play till sunrise.
No, those are they're made of steel.
Yeah.
Back to this table. What is the scenario here? I think Ishmael slight advantage. Ishmael has a slight advantage
with those
the yellow balls. A slight advantage.
Bit tricky.
Just a slight advantage. Not really big, but a slight advantage.
Now that was good defense. What you're having is 2 corner pockets, one occupied by yellow, one occupied by red. Although will manipulate the situation in their favor, will be taking the victory of the frame, but it's a very crucial frame. This one, as crucial as the last. If Ishmael doesn't win this, for me, I will call.
Yes, I will call it. You'll also call it, and I agree with you very much, and I think Ishmael knows, with experience, he knows it is now or never.
Now or never, he must win this frame. He has fought so hard to let go of the match at this point.
And technically, in this frame, he should do it. He should do it because even for the viewers, it would be interesting to do a decider. They fought very well.
Yeah. They would love to see it a decider. Imagine all these people watching the live streams and it started at 8, just after 8 p.m.
Oh,
now
look
it's
at that.
way
He's
past
giving him a
midnight.
chance. Now he's going to do a holding shot. Just there. That's a shot he do. He just need to touch that ball. Or what do you think I'm gonna do? I'll touch the yellow ball next to the red ball down there.
Just to tap onto it and play it close
just to confuse the player a little bit, the opponent a little bit, and then coming down I've got, the red balls are not looking good. Yeah, he has to hold it because these red balls down these sides are all portable and they're looking very good. So he has to hold it a little bit. He has to hold it. He has to hold it.
He's taking all the time in the world.
He has to
just to make one. He knows that even the decision making can be very critical because he can no longer afford to give this frame away.
There's no
it's like one frame that is worth $3,000. But sincerely, if Hussein wins it, then Ishmael having to win 3 frames in a row, that will not be easy whatsoever.
If he's a player, we always say the Zimbabweans are very slow players. They can hold you and hold you and hold you and squeeze you and squeeze you.
Actually, Zimbabweans go for the game. It is just my good friend Sakala who, when he decides to hold the game, he will hold the game. I once streamed the rest to 15 between him and Ibra. They played for 6 hours.
Oh,
yeah.
And who won?
In Blawayo. 15-14 Sakala won.
Who won?
Sakala 15-14.
What about the Zambians? Zambians are mafia.
When the Zambians, for them, the touch game is like in their blood. Nowadays they go for the game. Of course, Kelvin is none of that. Victor nowadays just goes for the game. Mafia can go for the game, but when he decides to play touch, he touches until you get rid of him. There could be a big shot here. Maybe red off cushion and off yellow into yellow direct. He's getting it as close can be to victory of the frame. He's taken a very deep breath. He's very contented what he has just done. He played well. He was also lucky. That won't matter. He'll have to put 2 reds to respective corner pockets, bottom right and then side pocket left. Black is there for the taking. Another frame going the way of the Tanzanians. I'm liking his composure despite the pressure. It's not just about pool, it's life in general. The ability to perform under pressure is what separates the men from the boys. Today, Dulla, at the business end of the match, is proving to be a man. After all of so many near misses that he has gotten in many matches, this one is one where he's getting himself close to victory. He just rolled because what he will do is roll. Again, he will have to roll the black to the corner pocket, top left for himself, for snipers, for Tanzania. This is Dulla onto the figure 20. Ladies and gentlemen, he has been leading for most of the match. Ishmael has been coming back for again most of the match successful. But at the business end of the match, Dulla has again established a 2-frame lead. If the frame umpire Julie is rocking his one by Dulla, it will be the very last in the match. 3 frames to go. Ish must win them all or else succumb to the loss of $3,000. If Abdullah Hussein somehow gets to win this frame, it will be one of the biggest victories in terms of non-official matches in his entire career, in terms of organized money matches. Yes, he got victory against Royd, very big player Royd. Yes, he has some victories against the likes of Kelvin, the likes of Saif, but beating Ishmael far away from home, the same day that he arrived into the country, having been the driver over in an entire team bus for more than 24 hours, and then getting to be the first player on the table, to be a leader, to inspire a whole team, to try and win different money matches against players from South Africa and Uganda. That will be quite special. How good will this shot be? He goes for the bank and fails big. A little advantage to Ishmael. Jamlock is pretty much full to capacity, but then the fact that their favorite is the guy that must win 3 frames in a row, and while he's seemingly intent on going for the frame, there is a yellow of Ishmael that is so close to the cushion on the left, on the right, sorry, pretty much a frozen ball it is.
Come on, Ish, come on, Ish.
At one point, he has to play that yellow that is frozen against the right cushion.
Kill him.
Kill him very slowly. Or quickly.
Yes!
Quickly, fast, whichever. Quickly, slow, whichever.
Come on!
Ishmael is getting himself closer to pulling one back. Of course, this is to get himself to the figure 19. Need to win 2 in a row and then put Abdallah Hussein under pressure, and seemingly he will. To play with top spin, cue ball moves rightwards. As perfect as that, he simply has to roll the yellow close to white against the rail to the corner pocket, top right, cue ball to bounce off the right cushion just a little, and the yellow is in. Frame should be won by Ishmael. Cue ball, perhaps the chalk falling all over the place. He may want to put both yellow and black to the same corner pocket, has to avoid contact between white and, oh no, that one could be detrimental somehow.
The black is yours.
And Abdallah snookers a total snooker it is. Even the angle is snookered for Ishmael to find the yellow. He must play off the right cushion with spin on the cue ball. He seems to be okay. And yes, finding the angle, putting the yellow, celebrated by the Kenyans as though it is the winning shot of the match. The frame is won by Ishmael. The match is still alive for the South African. 19 frames to 20, dear viewers. 2 more frames to go at maximum, both of which Ishmael must win or else lose the race, the match, and the money.
Shut them up! Play your game! Shut them up! Play your game! Play your game! Shut them up!
Another chance, this time even bigger for Ishmael. This is going to be the last time he is breaking a frame in the match. If he wins it, this ongoing frame, then the decider shall be broken by Abdullah. But what a break it has been. Raises a lot of game reading questions, because for most of the match he was breaking defensive, and yet at the decisive time of the match he's breaking offensively. The table remains open after Ishmael not spotting the yellow. If Abdallah Hussein can get 1 yellow in, he will be going for the frame and wants to go for it, playing yellows. Yellow into yellow by connection, misses as well. He could put, hold on, the table is closed. Drama right at the end of the battle.
That is not allowed. That's not allowed.
Tempting shot. The yellow closest to the cue ball if played well. Trying to put it to the corner pocket, the right. In the same shot, the cue ball could be played into the red that is close to the yellow near the side pocket right. Maybe play the yellow he's looking at now to the corner pocket, bottom right, then the cue ball into the red, close to the yellow, perhaps into the yellow itself, but must be on target. This is a shot, could be very big, very detrimental, very... Not really. The fact that he has not spotted the ball, though he has packed one. But if you look at the position of the cue ball, close to the red. Now that red is passable to the corner pocket, bottom right, where Dulla has his yellows. That's what puts this frame in the balance, delicately poised for either of the players, as the Kenyan fans chant Ishmael on, asking him to take all the time he has in the world. Plays red and puts red. Movement of the cue ball is for him to play red, which is leftwards of them all. Clearly he will not want to pot this one. Never will he try to pot. He will want to occupy the pocket with the red, and yes he does.
Jamini, utulivu tu. Wewe ni mwanaume, Jamini.
As though he may want to play combination. Successful combination. That is too brave. You don't risk that big. When the risk comes off, it makes you a big player yourself. Big is Dulla, with the nerves of steel at the business end of the match. How good will the cue ball be? Now this is so good. As he puts the yellow, that is topwards of them all. If he plays it with backspin, the cue ball could be played into the red. That has so big proximity to the yellow to open up the frame, try and take Ishmael down and take him down now. The idea, cue ball into the yellow. It is open. Finishable frame. That's a $3,000 shot by the Tanzanian. He now wants to put both yellows to the corner pocket, bottom right. The black is there for the taking. This one has to be played with precision, not to this position, the yellow that is packed. He was not precise enough. And I can say that Ishmael survives, at least for now. Dulla wants to play snooker, hide white behind yellow. Into yellow. It looks like a foul. The umpire says the shot is legal. I'm not even certain it was touching yellow or not. The players agree the shot is legal. Ishmael is snookered. If he doesn't find the red, he will have played his last shot in the match. He must find red somehow, and must find it. If he doesn't pot, leave the cue ball somewhere where Dulla doesn't pot with any kind of ease. This one is the moment of truth. He could be winning. That is, Ishmael could be losing this match now. Off the cushion, finds the red, does not pot. There is every chance that the South African may have played his last shot of the match. For Dulla to pot with backspin, has to make sure, has to calm himself down, has to be composed, has to be on target as he aims for one final time, one big shot to win one big match. It's in. Celebrations are in order in Dodoma, in Dar es Salaam, in Namanga, in Arusha, in Singida, as Abdallah Hussein sips water for one last time for what will be one of the most renowned money match victories of his career. For most of the match he has been leading. Ishmael has been fighting, but Hussein has been responding to the fight and is winning the fight and is potting the black and is winning the match. After all the fights, all the drama, all the emotion, victory is for Dulla. Kongs Dulla, that was a good match, eh?
Thank you.
But you were leading. What went wrong?